What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
One dart. And that was all Anthony Allen needed.
Anthony Allen.
It's double 18 for the match. It's double 18 for the win. It's in over 1-1-5. This is to really steal leg one, but what a shot that is.
One dart at tops then. And he takes it. That one's in. Yes, very nice.
For 8 points overnight, double top. A champagne way to finish the day. The action does indeed start now. It's Group C this afternoon. It's Group B tonight. It's a double delight here at the Modus Super Series on this Friday afternoon, where the race to join Neil Duff in Saturday's final will come to a close. We've reached the halfway point of Series 10. The second half's worth of Champions Week field is about to be set, and we're going to be watching all of the action today in the company of Laura Turner. Laura, great day's worth of darts yesterday. We'll talk about this yesterday afternoon session in just a second, but let's begin by talking about last night. And Derek Coulson, a player who ever since he's made his debut here at the Super Series has been a force to be reckoned with, and it feels like he's just getting better all the time.
Yeah, and you saw that last night. As you say, he's just one of those consistent players now that you just have that high expectation for, and he really didn't fail to deliver. He was absolutely spot on throughout the evening, and comes away, going through the card, and it's just rock solid. You can just see, there's no movement, and every time that first dart goes in, you just think the next two are going to follow. So yeah, he's definitely the one to catch in Group B.
And he was a player that made it through to the semi-finals of the World Seniors, and it's fair to say it was this arena that really did build his confidence.
Yeah, I know we say it quite often, but you do gain so much experience playing on the stage, playing in front of cameras. If you make it through to Saturday, you've got the crowd involved as well. It's invaluable experience, and we've seen so many players build on that, and Derek is just one of them.
4 wins from 4 for Derek Coulson. Only needs a solitary win tonight to make it through. Now, this is how the tournament bracket breaks down, and this is all in tournament bracket order in terms of the two tails. We'll watch Group B later on tonight from 10 o'clock this afternoon. It's all about the conclusion of Group C, where it's Charlie Mambi who leads the table. 8 points to his name following the first day's worth of action. There was a lot of excitement about this young man as he headed through the doors here at the Live Lounge Reports, mainly due to that 130 average he had on the development tour a few weeks ago. And because of what he did there would have been a target on his back, but he just looked so relaxed and looked a step above the field yesterday.
Yeah, it's something that you're seeing more and more with the younger players coming through. They don't have those scars. They're not not wounded in battle, so to speak, and they just play so freely. But it's great to see, the future of our sport, the likes of Charlie, and other players. It feels like it's in very safe hands.
3 players on 8 points overnight, including a player called Aaron Turner. Have you ever heard of him?
Nope. No. No, absolutely. A bit of a strange one for me. I haven't really commentated on him before, but he put in some solid performances yesterday. Picked up the wins. That he was disappointed not to kind of go through the card, but proud wife, proud family, and obviously hope that he does manage to find a way through. But it's tight at the top.
Oh, there's going to be some fun in the commentary box today. They can guarantee that. This is how the table looks. Aaron in third, just behind Anthony Allen in terms of legs difference. Mambi, Allen and Turner all on 8. Lloyd Walker on 4 points going into today's action. So 3 players on 8 points, and the bookmakers, well, they still have Charlie Mambi as the hefty favourite. But weirdly enough, he was 2-7 yesterday. He won 4 games, and they've drifted him out to 1-2. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No, it's a bit of a strange one, but perhaps, just the way that I think when you've had an average at the height of Charlie's 130 average, I think there's that level of expectation that you're going to do it, up and around there again and again. And, we know that that's not necessarily always possible. He was very solid yesterday, just the solitary loss. But yeah, no, it was an interesting move.
Which two do you reckon make it through?
Thanks. Oh, look, Charlie's been really solid. He's been the top performer. Obviously, I'd love to see Aaron go through as well. He's put a lot of hard work behind the scenes in the build-up to coming here as well. But, there's tough competition. He did lose to Anthony Allen yesterday. So, yeah, I'm going to back my husband and also probably Charlie.
I can actually see that bus driving past the studio now. 18 plus, campbellaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, game one does see Charlie Mambi in action. A superb opening day's worth of action for him yesterday. He's looking to get the job done today. His first assignment of Friday was to catch up with me early on this morning. Charlie, 8 points for your first day here at the Super Series. You must have been really pleased with the way you played.
Yeah, very pleased for a good start to the first day, and I'm happy with how I played, yeah.
Going into yesterday, what were your goals and expectations?
I think the main goal was just to get to Saturday and just enjoy playing, really, and I'm happy with how I've done. So, yeah, I'm pleased to be at top of the table and hopefully get through to Saturday. Did
it feel like you hit the ground running right from the get-go?
I think so. I think I settled in quite quickly, and, yeah, I think I got better as the day went on as well, but it was just nice to get that first win straight away.
Tight at the top of the group, 3 players on 8 points. In terms of today, what do you feel like you've got to do to get success?
Win every game. That's my expectation. That's what you do. You just play to win.
It's been a good few months. Are you just riding off a crest of the wave at this present moment in time?
Yeah, I think I'm just taking everything out as it comes and happy with how I'm doing everything.
And then if you're able to get through today, tomorrow night in front of a crowd, is that something that you're looking for? Is that something that maybe brings the best out of your game potentially?
Yeah, potentially. I think any sort of occasion doesn't really fear me, and I'll just play how I can, and I know I can do everything that I've been doing recently.
Go well. Wish you all the best. Charlie, good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. I've got a target on my back now. Everyone knows who I am.
And talking to players that could do excellent things, Mambi looking at the 1-3-4, looking at double up. Double 16 is found brilliantly.
As the day went on, I think I got progressively better.
Charlie require 121.
25 first, leaves them on 96, leaves them on 36, leaves him with now.
They want to beat you, they throw better against you.
And so he's not concentrating like he did.
For 8 points overnight, double top. A champagne way to finish the day for Charlie Mambi. Talks a good game and plays a good game, doesn't he, Charlie Mambi? 8 points overnight. He is the table topper, but only by legs difference going into Friday's action here at the Live Lounge. Of course, of his first assignment, Andy McDermott, he finished bottom of Group A on Wednesday afternoon, and he begins today in 5th place, just 2 points to his name. Charlie Mambi from Huddersfield, nicknamed Champagne, and he'll be hoping to be the toast of Tungsten Town come Saturday night, up against the 42-year-old from Weymouth, Andy McDermott, nicknamed Rodders, and he'll be hoping not to be the plonker at the bottom of the table come the end of the day's play today. I promise that is the last Only Fools and Horses reference we'll have this afternoon. There probably will be another. Jack Garwood is the man in charge of all of the action. Made his debut at the Circus Tavern last month at the World Seniors Championship, and a core part of our officiating team here at the Modus Super Series. It's Charlie Mambi to get us underway. 8 points overnight for him, looking to make it through to finals night on debut, and kicking off in the vein that he ended yesterday.
Yeah, he was solid, wasn't he, throughout today? Oh, sorry, throughout yesterday, and he'll be hoping for more of the same. It wasn't quite the same tale for Andy McDermott, just the solitary win over Rick Hessing. Finds himself in 5th out of 6th place. And players just taken a slight pause as the scores then hit the screen.
96.
And for both of these players, they're debutants in this competition, and there's something about playing here at the Live Lounge which is
40.
So different to playing at any other venue or playing in any other tournament. I mean, how many times do we see debutants struggle with the 10-second stop clock? In fact, we saw Steve Beaton last week continue to struggle with the 10-second clock.
Yeah, there's just lots of different elements that you have to adjust to. I think, you know, you can adjust quite quickly.
87.
I liken
Charlie
it
require
to perhaps
144.
in the week, it's a bit like when you play at Challenge Tour or Pro Tour. Oh, but 2 in here, double 12,
120.
just wide.
Well, he's certainly set his stall out for the session, hasn't he, Charlie Mambi? Leaving himself double 12 after just a dozen
Charlie
darts,
require
missing a dart
24.
for the 144. And he's really had all the time he's wanted to, really, to take full command of this contest.
Shot on
And the
first
15
leg,
darter
Charlie
gets
Mambi.
Charlie Mambi up and running. Can you have a
Second leg,
champagne
it's Andy
breakfast
to
at
the
1 o'clock in the
first.
afternoon?
Game on.
I think you should be able to have it whenever you want, Henry.
I'm not disagreeing.
85.
Mambi takes the opening leg and looking to carry on the way he left off yesterday. Stats for the day was head and shoulders above the rest of the field, particularly in terms of the scoring.
100.
For the day, 90.49 was his average over the course of the 5 matches. 19 out of 56 in terms of his doubling. That was at a percentage of 33.92. He had the highest checkout, the highest average, although that wasn't a losing effort to Aaron Turner. And
125.
one of the key strengths to his game yesterday, it felt, was as soon as that first dart went into the treble, he was able to follow it so beautifully.
41.
Yeah, one of those first start merchants. But if that's something that you've got in your armoury, then you want to exploit it, and we're seeing that right here.
108.
It's not very often that when we start talking about something, it happens in commentary. Thanks, Charlie.
Well, I tell you what, we've been talking about the 130 average and the 113. I know it's only a couple of legs in, but it was a 15 darter in leg 1, potential 11 darter in leg 2.
78.
Well, he's had darts to win both the legs in this match inside 4 visits.
Yeah, McDermott
99.
right the way
Charlie
back.
require 18.
Just has no response. A good option there. Opts to
Game
split.
shot on the
Well
second leg.
executed.
Charlie
Backs up the
Mambi.
15 dart opener with a 14 leg breaker throw.
Third leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
And this is what you want to do when you're top of the table. You've won 4 out of 5 the day before. You kind
58.
of want to make that statement early on. You don't want to kind of get a bit unstuck, get a bit embroiled in that race. You want to be the one that starts to really pull away from the rest of the
96.
pack.
Well, you mentioned that tournament where he hit that 130 average. It wasn't actually his best performance in the tournament. He'd actually go on to lose to Cam Crabtree in the last 16.
57.
A couple of tournaments later, he'd make it through to the semi-finals where he'd lose out 5-2 to Bradley Roos. That was after
43.
victories against Henry Coates, averaging 93. He then beat Angelino Balasmo, get his revenge over Cam Crabtree, averaging 99.76 in that encounter. So he's a player that's very much been trending in the right direction for a while. But as we mentioned, because there could be one performance or one achievement that's so
80.
big, you always get graded by that as opposed to actually the consistency in which he's moving in the correct direction in terms of his development.
Yeah, I think when you do something that is as outstanding as that performance was, it can overshadow actually the real work that's going on in the background. And as you say, it's that gradual progression that you want to see and the consistency to be able to find those levels at on a consistent basis.
81.
We're seeing
Charlie
it
require
once again here.
154.
Finds the first treble 19, narrowly misses the second.
But he has been
82.
streets in front of Andy McDermott. In fact, there's a 27-point gap in terms of the averages at this present moment in time. Mambi's going to come back for 72 to open up a 3-0 advantage.
139.
Put himself one away.
Charlie
10
requires
points in the
72.
group. And to set his stall out right from the get-go.
Yeah, that leaves tops for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg. Charlie
Very well
Mambi.
executed once again by Charlie Mambi. Now within one of the match. So far denying Andy
Fourth
McDermott
leg, it's
even a
Andy to
sniff
throw
at a
first.
double.
Game on.
So McDermott, a chastening start to his session. It's going to be most likely his last day here in the live lounge in Ports. I'm sure he's going to take a lot from the experience over the last 4.5 days. Only a short trip back, though.
100.
Up the Dorset coast to Weymouth. Beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, I heard you and Scott yesterday waxing lyrical about your school trips that you used to take there, Henry.
Yep, the Jurassic Coast. Every single October it used to be for geography research. Even went to Poundbury once. We stretched that far.
I've walked that.
29.
The Jurassic Coast. I think we did a 24-mile hike along there. That was quite hard going.
140.
Charlie Mambi's making this look like easy going in this contest. Averaging 94, and it's hardly looked as if he's broken sweat in this contest.
89.
Doing what he's needed to do, and he's doing it very proficiently.
140.
He needs himself on 106 to get the match wrapped up.
Yeah, Andy McDermott just really struggling.
66.
Finds a good adjustment with the last
Charlie
and make sure he is on a finish, but
106.
could be all academic here with Mambi on 106.
54.
Well, this is as close to a gilt-edged chance that Andy McDermott's had all match. And he's not going to take out the 157. So Mambi will return 52 to complete a 4-0 win.
Charlie require 52.
It's Mr. Big Number. He's only going to get one in his hand.
36.
And double 16 goes a begging.
66.
From this position, Andy McDermott should ensure it gets at least one at a double. Make sure of the single number. Saying it, doesn't find it.
31. Charlie
So this to put Charlie Mambi on to 10 points in the group. Double 4.
8.
Doesn't go, but this was the only blot on the
35.
Charlie Mambi spreadsheet yesterday. As good as his scoring was, the misses on the doubles were to win matches. And Andy McDermott seizes an opportunity there. Though the first couple of darts he's had at a double or match, and he's taken advantage of the chance.
Fifth leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and you can see the shake of the head from Andy McDermott. He knows that he's pinched that, but ultimately, you know, that's one of the biggest parts in darts, crossing that winning line. Sometimes the hardest dart at a double is that last one.
See, I've never missed a match dart. Mind you, I've never
42.
got a match dart.
Yeah, it's just about just holding it all together, I think. And if you can switch off to the fact that it's a match dart, but I guess Charlie knows he was on for a pretty good performance. One point you mentioned he was averaging around 113. It's kind of drifted down to 88 by a count of only hitting 3 from 12 on the outer ring.
But for Charlie, this is all part of the development for him. And this is actually an environment, yes, he wants to succeed. Yes, he wants to do well. But this is also a place where if he does make mistakes, he can learn from those particular lessons.
Yeah, and the format lends itself to the fact that you know that at this stage he's going to be coming back
29.
for, you know, another handful of matches as well.
Well, he's hoping to see this match out here and now. He missed
97.
a handful of opportunities to get the job done in the previous leg. But with his opponent all the way back on 383 and him sat on 76, this should be the game here and now.
123. Charlie requires 76.
Once again, leaving himself handy after 12 darts. And it's a
Sure,
14 dart to the finish. And Charlie Mambi moves on to 10 points in the group, setting his stall out right from the get-go. A 4-1 success. And it is a champagne start for Charlie Mambi. Well, that's the tail of the tape from that match. An average in excess of 91, 4 from 13 in terms of his doubling. Charlie Mambi off and running with a 4-1 success against Andy McDermott. Coming up after the break, Aaron Turner takes on Lloyd Walker. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Charlie Mambi got the better of Andy McDermott by 4 legs, 1 average in excess of 91. Did stall a little bit towards the finishing line, but it was a comfortable victory for Charlie in the end. Next up for us, Lloyd Walker and Aaron Turner go head-to-head. It was a meeting that Aaron won by 4 legs to 2. The 44-year-old from London, nicknamed Azza. We'll find out a little bit more about Aaron, I'm sure, as the day goes along. Up against Lloyd Walker, who's actually playing the full group for the first time this week. 24-year-old from Portsmouth. Now, he has been used on a few occasions as a fill-in player. So effectively, if we have a pull-out, say, on the morning of a session, he's been able to come in and fulfill the matches for the group to ensure that we have full legitimacy here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So, Aaron Turner against Lloyd Walker, our second match of the session. And no
First
bias,
leg,
please,
it's
in the
Aaron
commentary
to the
box.
first. Game on.
Just to ensure we get everything we need to know about Aaron, we've decided to bring Laura in on the action. Hi, Laura.
Hi. No, it's a strange one. It's a first for me, and that second dart means he must switch.
137.
I think I've just got to remember I'm not sat at home watching. I can't be doing the shouting at the TV. It's a very different set of circumstances.
And just remember, anything you do say will be given in evidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in terms of Aaron's day yesterday, 8 points from the session, had the second best running average of the 6 players in the group, 84.03. Doubling around about 29%, which could do with a little bit of an adjustment as the day moves forward. But for Lloyd Walker, it was a little bit hit and miss at times. When he was good, there was some decent stuff, but I think he'd be the first to admit that at times on Thursday, it was a little bit patchy.
84.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, isn't it? Especially, you know, if it's not, it is the first full debut, as you mentioned, and it's just getting that consistency. Lloyd now looking to try and leave a finish.
44.
Can't. So an opportunity now for Aaron.
Six starts at 250 to take out the opening leg.
100.
He's himself for the finish, but Walker will feel like it's more makeable from here.
76. Aaron,
He
you
opted to
require
switch in the end down to
150.
110, but it's Turner with the first opportunity here at 150. Yeah, went for the ball, which would have left tops, but a good adjustment with the
126.
last to leave
Lloyd, you
24.
require 110.
So Walker to take the first leg. Look at a double 16. And grazes
94.
the inside wire. So
Aaron, you
Turner
require
back for double
24.
12 to take leg 1.
Should be a good marker. Just on the other side, so needs to bring it in.
No score.
That'll be disappointing. It's a
Lloyd, you
key
require
opportunity, and you mentioned the
16.
doubling earlier.
As for Lloyd, doubling
Yeah,
was his
shot on
key
the first
strength, and
leg.
he's found
Lloyd
the double 8 there for the breaker throw in the opening leg of the match. 37.5% Lloyd's doubles yesterday,
Second leg,
15
it's
out
Lloyd to
of
throw
40.
first.
The best
Gamer.
doubling stats of any player in the group on Thursday.
91.
But it was the scoring at times, and the scoring in key moments which perhaps let him down. And he would have felt the way that he started the session, won his first match against Andy McDermott. Probably should have beaten
140.
Anthony Allen in game 2. I think he'd be the first to admit that. Only 4 points overnight, leaves himself a real mountain to
139.
climb. And you look at the way his fixtures pan out. Charlie Mambi and Aaron Turner in his first 2. If he can win both of them, he's within reach. But the other side of the coin, if he loses them, he knows he's gone.
45.
In fairness, we saw one of the best performances from Lloyd yesterday in that opening match as well. You do tend to find some players that can really, really kick off the day
85.
quite hard and, you know, quite well, and then just tail off as the day goes on.
$95.
I know in the build-up to this, Aaron's been competing in quite a lot of the vaults, picking up a few titles here and there around where we live up in
6.
Surrey.
$100. Lloyd, you
Just
require
a ton. Walker will come back for 126 to double his lead. Well, he needs a treble to guarantee a dart at the ball, unable to locate it. And so Aaron in a similar
45.
suit here.
Aaron, you require 121.
Aaron did have a couple of ton-topping finishes. Needs the treble 20. Just a fraction away.
65. Lloyd, you require 81.
So to double his advantage, 81 for Lloyd Walker. Double 13, that's a booty bonus. Now, one thing about Lloyd's game, which could sometimes do an improvement, is the calculations.
Game
But there
shot
was
on the
no
second
missing
leg,
once he
Lloyd
found the double
Walker.
13. And Walker 2 up. Outplayed in terms of scoring stakes in
Third
this
leg,
game.
it's Aaron to throw first.
But when he's had an opportunity, 2 from 3. And 2-0 up, most crucially in this contest. A win here for Lloyd would really put the cat amongst the pigeons in this Group C.
100.
Because Charlie Mambi would be in front on 10 points, and he'll feel like he could begin to stretch away a cushion. And the Allen would be on 8. He plays with Hessing in game 3.
57.
Aaron Turner would also be on 8. He'd be stuck there, but Lloyd Walker would then be able to make the move on 6 points, just tapping at the heels of the top 2 in the group.
Yeah, and the way that the first day panned out as well. You can get the sense that it could actually be that legs difference may come into play when it separates the top pack.
100.
Well, last week in Group C, it went down to averages to determine Steve Beaton's place through to the finals at the expense of Adrian Gray, and that was 0.7 in terms of the averages. 81 on the nose for Steve Beaton in comparison
100.
to 80.3 of Adrian Gray.
Yeah, they're the fine margins that we have to work to.
100.
7 darts was the difference over 10 games to separate the players. That was how tight it was. Aaron Turner looking to make this game a little bit tighter. Trailed 2-0, but had 6 darts and won 6-1 to
65.
get his first leg on the board. Heading down to the 25 of the last dart to leave himself on a 2-darter after 12.
Yeah, and it's good board management, in my opinion. It
51.
leaves himself on
Aaron, you require 96.
a treble to double combination. And there's the treble, double 18. Now the target to bring it back within 1.
Game shot on the third
Yeah, and
leg.
that hopefully will
Aaron
act as a
Turner.
bit of a settler. I think he'll be disappointed just missing those first. There's opportunities in that first leg at 24, missed 3.
Fourth leg.
But
It's
adjusts
Lloyd
well
to
there
throw
to pin the 96.
Game on.
So Turner back in it at 2-1. Walker with the darts, though, to re-establish the 2-leg gap in this
60.
match. We were speaking about the dynamic before a dart was thrown this morning, and the top 3 were a dominant 3, but it felt like if anybody from outside that pack could possibly upset the apple cart, then maybe Lloyd Walker was the man.
Yeah, and he's made a really positive start here. And
134.
it's a good switch to the 19s, which just puts Aaron on the back foot straight away. Aaron, one of those players, though, he won't panic.
100.
And I think you probably saw that in that game with Charlie Mambi, just keeping yourself in it there or thereabouts and just ready to pounce if you get the opportunity.
99.
Aaron's donning his latest design of dart shirt. I don't know if you recognise the symbolism.
135.
It's
got American football vibes here, but you're probably going to tell me it's the complete and utter opposite to
Yeah,
it.
you mentioned it yesterday. It's homage to the cards. Woking.
Oh, yes, of course. Lloyd Walker with his second max of the match to leave himself on double 14 after 12. He's really
85.
stepped up the
Lloyd
quality
require
here,
28.
has Lloyd, and he's on the cusp of opening up a 2-leg gap. Down for double 7 in the double 7. 14 darter. Lloyd Walker makes it 3-1.
Yeah, that too.
Fifth leg. It's Aaron to throw first.
Just a bit of confusion there over who was throwing first. Yeah, I think Lloyd thought he'd got the double break, went to throw first for the match, but a chance here for Aaron just to bring it back within 1 again.
The Cards, who their most famous supporter, well, outside the Turners, that is, Martin Tyler, the Sky Sports football commentator, who actually was assistant manager, wasn't he, for a little while under the stewardship of Alan Dowson. Good guy is Douse.
Yeah, we get to, on the rare occasion that we get to go out, we do tend to pop down there, and there's a maximum for Aaron. First one of the match for him.
23.
Yeah, big game for the Cards tomorrow. They've got Barnet, who are fighting at the right end of that particular division.
55.
One thing you do get when you're a Woking fan is a bit of a change of division, don't you, every now and then? Because
94.
you have a very nice and perilous relationship between the Conference National and the Conference South.
Yeah, I mean, you said the big game, but I think for most Woking supporters, it's that kind of local derby in the semi-final.
45.
The FA Trophy in April, where we've got to play away to Aldershot.
Is that 2 legs still, or have they moved it back down to 1 leg permanently?
108.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure.
Sneaky free maxes for Lloyd Walker, and that's left himself on a finish to win the match. And Aaron is going to take out the 161, and so Lloyd Walker here, who's really made a burst towards the finishing line. It's a 14 dart in the previous leg, and has left himself on a makeable finish after 12 to wrap this match up, and he should get a match start from here. And he's going to get a match start, a double 16, and he's going to take it beautifully. Lloyd Walker with a 4-1 victory against Aaron Turner, and that dents Azad's hopes of making it through to Saturday night's final. As for Lloyd Walker, he felt as if he needed to get onto a quick start if he was to stand any chance at all of qualifying through. Well, he's got to the perfect start. 94 average, the 104 checkout to round things off, and a 4-1 success against Aaron Turner. Coming up after the break, it is Anthony Allen up against Rick Hessing.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Lloyd Walker got the better of Aaron Turner by 4-1, and his second match of the session, game 3, sees Anthony Allen and Rick Hessing go toe-to-toe on the stage. Hessing, who goes into today bottom of the Group C table, up against Anthony, who is second in the table and could open up a 2-point gap on third if he can claim victory in this one. These two will be meeting for the 5th time this week Anthony, the 46-year-old from Coventry, his 4th appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and looking to progress through to the finals for the very first time in his Super Series career, up against Rick Hessing, the 27-year-old from Arnhem in the Netherlands, making his debut in this particular competition with the yellow of Vitesse, the local football team to that particular part of the world. Well, he's looking to pick up some wins and pick them up quickly. In terms of qualifying through,
First leg is
probably
Anthony to throw first.
out of the window. But what he would like to do is leave
on.
here, having made a bit of an imprint on the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But he's in one of those scenarios where, even if he may not be able to win the group and he may not be able to go through, even though it's mathematically possible,
85.
one thing he can do today is cause complete and utter carnage.
Yeah, and we've seen moments from Rick Hessing where, he had
99.
been more improved. It's been a bit up and down in terms of, the tournament overall, but this is the 5th meeting between Hessing
140.
and Anthony Allen this week, and Hessing picking up 1 win with Allen finding 3 victories. But there's just been signs. There's been elements. I mean, we saw a 115 finish from Hessing as well yesterday. You can just see that there are
40.
If you can just get that consistency and that bit of confidence, but when you are on the final day with no points to your name, it goes, like you say, it goes one way or the other.
57.
Rick Hessing's got that element of free hit where Anthony may well play with a little bit of pressure on his shoulders, knowing he's never been to a Saturday night at the
100.
Super Series before. Somebody who has played a course on the world stage at the Lakeside on a couple of occasions. Was seeded the first year he was there. Lost out to a certain Jared Cole in the second round of that particular competition. And he's got 6 starts here for the 136 to take the opening leg. And he's going to leave himself on tops after 5 visits. And at this present moment in time, that's just too much for Rick Hessing to handle.
45. Anthony require 40.
So 6 starts on this point.
One.
Yeah, they were 3 wild attempts and a bit of a reaction there by Anthony Allen. As you say, he's got time on his side, but even when you've got that, you just want to take it cleanly or at least be in or around the target.
Anthony require 39.
Double 10. And a failure to get that has given Hessing an opportunity. And he should at least get a dart at the bullseye at the back of this.
Yeah, needed to keep it straight, but good adjustment.
Game shot on the first leg.
2 very
Rick
well
Hessing.
thrown darts in the end. You just see that wry smile between the pair.
Second leg is Rick to throw first. Game on. 140.
It was a busy weekend of darts. Obviously, the Super Series Week 7's coming to a culmination. The finals will be live tomorrow night for you from 7:30 p.m. A busy night of Premier League darts yesterday where Gerwyn Price found himself in his enclosure and now finds himself in the playoff spaces following his victory against Luke Littler in Nottingham, continuing a winning streak of 6 against the Nuke.
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it? There's not many players that can say that they've won that amount of games, let alone do it in a streak. But
60.
Gerwyn Price has seemed to have found a way to beat the world champion on a consistent basis.
And a busy day as well on the on the Challenge Tour, where the first event has reached its semi-finals. Ted Evitts takes on Trevor Burkill and Graham Usher up against Dragutin Horvat. And we know that we're going to see Graham here next week. That lineup was announced last night. The Gambler
44.
will be in Group A alongside the likes of Devon Peterson and Chris Quantock.
Yeah, it feels like another really packed week next week.
And later on in the week, the former champion, Andreas Harrison, fresh off the back of his double-trouble free success. He's going to be playing in the Group B this time. And having spoken to him, he feels like playing the truncated format of Thursday, Friday evenings and then the Saturday will probably play to his strengths, he reckons.
Yeah, I think there's some players that get better as the week goes on, but I think the experience that Harrison has got, he can just come in, hit the ground running, and it's going to be a tough one to beat if he hasn't kind of exhausted himself over those first 3 days like he can do.
Well, I'll be hoping it's 6 darts here from
59. Ricky
141 to equalise the match-up. But that is providing Hessing doesn't take out the 150. Now one of them would have given him a dart at double 18. And so Alan back for 82 to level the match-up at 1 apiece.
Anthony, you require 82.
17 for tops for 1 apiece.
62. Ricky requires
Early signs of some double trouble for Anthony Allen.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, but no
Rick
double
Hessing.
trouble there for Rick Hessing. 2 shots at the outer ring, twice taken. Anthony Allen, none from 6,
Third
have
leg
chances
is
to be
Anthony
2-0
to
up
throw
himself, but
first.
instead trails
Game
to
on.
the Dutchman.
In fact, he's 3 out of 2 on the doubles. Because of the cheeky double-double in taking out the 60.
100.
You'll see it more times than not because people are just so worried about going into that treble 20 segment and busting the score.
125.
Playing it safe and perhaps playing it too safe.
Yeah, but it works to people's advantage because
39.
sometimes you, as we know, when you go for a single 20, it can be a real blocker depending on how your darts lie. So he had a clear shot at double 10, but yeah, no double trouble for Rick Hessing.
137.
And possibly some clear daylight beginning to emerge in this match. Anthony's not really got out the traps at all. Rick is just beginning to find something, beginning to find a better level. And if he can win this game, then it causes absolute upheaval in the league table. Charlie Mambi will love the look of it because he'll have a
100.
2-point cushion from second and third, and he'll be able to extend it to 4 points and pretty much see off the challenge of Lloyd Walker to him at least anyway.
85. Ricky require 100.
Turner and Allen go head-to-head in the next round of fixtures. So if they both lose, loser of that
99.
second match between the pair could find themselves in big trouble.
Yeah, there's a real shift in body language for me from Anthony Allen. He came out very confident, head dropped slightly by missing all those early chances to take the lead, and now you can see some
61.
real frustration. And I think it goes
Ricky
back to what you said
require
originally.
40.
He's thinking, he's right in the mix, wants to make the most of it, wants to make his first Saturday.
30.
Rick Hessing is trying
Anthony
to mess
require
with his plans, but he
156.
cannot convert there. But Anthony Allen isn't going to oblige on the 156. So back up for 5s for 3-zip lead.
60.
And what I
Ricky
have found with
required
Hessing,
10.
sometimes he has the tendency to just pull darts when it's at the top of the board, just like that. They tend to go low.
8. Anthony, you require 96.
3 more misses there. 2 from 7 now on the outer ring after being 2 from 2. 5 darts missed to win this leg. Allen's going to come back. 76 left from here. Decisions to make. Decide to go double-double because the treble was blocked.
56.
And so Hessing
Ricky
in the
requires
madhouse.
2.
And his opponent finds himself on tops if there's another miss.
Game shot on the
How many
third
times
leg.
do we see
Rick
that?
Hessing.
When a player misses 5, 6 starts at a double to win a leg, and as soon as their opponent's waiting to pounce,
Fourth
they
leg,
find
it's
first
Rick
time
to
of
the
asking.
reversed. Game on.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I think you kind of have that extra sense of urgency when you do have time on your side.
100.
Don't get me wrong, you want to finish it off, you want to clean up as quickly as possible, but as soon as you think, oh, right, if I miss now, they're sat on a double ready to pounce. It can just
85.
provide that little bit more focus, intensity.
Well, we're kissing with the double breaker throw and a 3-0 advantage in this match. And for Anthony Allen, this is the
27.
worst conceivable start to the session.
134.
But in terms of yesterday, what Anthony was very good at was picking apart performances when he needed to.
6.
In terms of the numbers, wasn't the best player of the day yesterday, and he'd be the first to admit that. A lot of the games he won were actually with averages in the 70s.
100.
But what he was able to do against particularly the opposition in the bottom half of the table was find a way to get over the line, even if it had to be just a
58.
little bit scrappy from Shaggy. No pun intended, I promise.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
85.
I was just looking back on my notes, and the results between these two have run pretty close. But I was in on Tuesday, and I know Rick took a
60.
3-0
Anthony
lead against a
required
player, and I
97.
think it might have been Anthony Allen, just looking at the results, because it was the only one he had on Tuesday that actually went 4-3. So this is an unfamiliar territory for both these players. I mean, it could be I could have got the wrong game, but I don't think it is.
37.
Well, who knows? I might see it the reverse way round in this contest. Haven't seen a 4-3 yet today.
60.
Couple of 4-1
Anthony
victories for Lloyd
required
Walker
60.
and Charlie Mambi. And if Anthony Allen doesn't take out this 60, he might get a 4-0.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
But
Anthony
that's
Allen.
taken cleanly. A shake of the head. He knows he's playing nowhere near his best at this present moment in time. But he's importantly
it's Anthony to
still
vote
in
first.
this contest.
Game on.
He's got the break back, so if he can win this one, it's back to 3-2. Hessing's thrown for the match again, but this time he'll feel the heat a little bit.
59. $60.
And this is where Hessing just needs to find that extra bit, get himself across the line. Because as I say, he's had a few results that have
60.
gone 3 apiece. I mean, and he's got a substantial lead still here that he'll want to make the most of, but just tails off at the end of matches.
45.
I mean, that was something we were commenting with Scott Mitchell yesterday, where Rick Hessing is this week kind of played in
60.
bursts, where the good stuff has been competitive with the rest of the field, but maybe doing it over the sustained course of a match, it's just lacked at times. But again, it just comes back to the big E word, experience.
133.
Yeah, and I've been in that situation where I've played in Group C, lost every single game, and
81.
there's 2 different schools of thought. You know, you can be despondent because you haven't performed to the top level, but also you want to make your mark. You want to prove whilst you're while you've been
57.
selected. So it's kind of trying to put a positive spin, even if things aren't quite going your way.
Second time meant much better, though, didn't it?
97.
Second time, yeah. I'm more of a night owl, I've decided. Group B for me, please.
$66. Anthony
Well,
required
Anthony,
144.
1-4-4 to bring it back to 3-2 and to really keep Hessing guessing.
44. Ricky required.
He's disappointed with that. Yes, he's left himself on a 2 data, but it should have been left much more handy than just a ton.
A ton here would be perfect for Hessing.
60.
Has to settle for
Anthony
60.
require 100.
Double 20 leaves, double 10. The ton doesn't go, and
86.
Hessing from this point should get
Ricky
a match
require
start.
80.
Yeah, once again, a bit of a wild attempt. And now looking at a single. Tops the target here for Hessing as well.
60.
Just a fraction under the
Anthony
wire, so a
require
chance once
14.
again for Allen to stay in the match. 7-7, not a given. That's why he's opted to swap.
10.
But unable to get
Ricky
head in his hands, but he may well be shaking the hand of Rick Hessing in a couple of moments' time, because double 10 seals a
Shot on the
4-1
mark.
success for the
Rick Hessing.
Dutchman, and it's a bitter blow in terms of Anthony Allen's hopes of progressing through this afternoon. For Charlie Mambi, it's been the perfect start for him. He won his opening match, and he has subsequently seen defeats for Aaron Turner, now Anthony Allen to Rick Hessing. We're going to take a break. When we return, it is Lloyd Walker in action, and he is going to take on Charlie Mambi. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Rick Hessing got the better of Anthony Allen by 4 legs to 1. So next up for us, we're going to see Champagne Charlie take on Lloyd Lightning. Yep, only at the darts. It's Charlie Mambi and Lloyd Walker in our 4th match of the session. For Charlie, an opportunity to open up a 4-point gap on third place. And it would be a guaranteed 4-point gap on third with 6 points left to play for in this group, because with Anthony Allen and Aaron Turner going head-to-head in Game 6, he will be able to build up a gap, to build up a cushion, and to put himself to within a win, potentially, of qualifying his way through to the finals on Saturday. But you should beware of Lloyd Walker, who put in the best performance in the first round's worth of fixtures. Really kicked on towards the line, averaged 94.08, 4 from 6 on his doubles, including 3 maximums and a 104 finish to wrap the job up against Aaron Turner. But for Charlie, the average in the end was 91, but I suppose there should be a bit of a caveat to that, because that did drift down because of missed opportunities to win the contest.
Yeah, it was a confident start, wasn't it, from Charlie Mambi. Goes into this session as the favourite to top the table. And that is where he's sitting at the moment. But an opportunity, I feel, here for Charlie to kind of stretch his lead, but make the rest of the table ever so interesting, because, as you mentioned, Aaron and Anthony Allen, they've both... I've realised I can't say Aaron's surname because it sounds really weird. I just keep referring to him as Aaron. But Aaron and Anthony Allen both losing their opening matches. Lloyd Walker obviously winning, and Rick Hessing playing that job of a spoiler as well.
Just wait till tomorrow night, because there's a possibility where Aaron Turner could take on Martin Turner, commentated on by Laura Turner.
Yeah, and I saw Martin Turner as I was heading into the Modus Super Series, into the live lounge.
108!
First maximum goes the way of Charlie Mambi, but it's 1-2-1 for Walker. Ball the target. Ball is found. That was an academic 180 for Mambi, and that was an exceptional finish for Lloyd Walker.
Well, he finished off his previous match with a 104. He's kick-started this one with a 1-2-1. Having beaten Aaron Turner in Game 1, he's now looking to dispatch of Charlie Mambi. And he is playing so much better.
41.
Night and day so far compared to some of the performances put in on Thursday.
60.
Yeah, he just picked up it's just the 2 wins yesterday. And it does keep you in contention. And I wonder, for some players, when you're at the top, or, you know, up and amongst the top mix, do you kind of, you don't take your foot off the gas, but is your mentality slightly better because you feel like you've got that little buffer? Whereas when you're in the chasing pack and still within touching distance, does that give you that extra sense of urgency?
59.
It's like psychologically, even though, look, you're still going out to win, but you almost look at your position in the table and you aim to protect.
96.
Because you know you've got this cushion and you want to keep hold of it, where sometimes if you're loitering in the background, you have to go gung-ho because that's all you can do. And sometimes
94.
Maybe you don't even know you're doing it, but retrospectively you just become a bit complacent. And for Charlie, this is something that's completely brand new. He admitted that in his interview with us yesterday, that playing in something like this, it's an arena that he's not really been used to, the round-robin element of it. Because, look, for a lot of players, all they're used to is losing a game of darts and then going home or the tournament being over.
56. Charlie, you require 116.
Well, we've seen the 1-2-1 for Walker. Couldn't Charlie Mambi find the 1-1-6 on for tops?
76.
Not far away, but
require 108.
Can we see a third consecutive ton topper for Walker?
Oh, he was not happy there, was he? With dart 2, as he was looking for the Shanghai and 18s. Now be coming back for tops to level this game up at 1 apiece.
40.
2 10s.
Game shot
to level up at 1-1. For Charlie Mambi, he'll feel like normal service has resumed.
It's Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, the reaction that you saw. And
140.
This is a different Lloyd Walker from what we saw yesterday. Arm in the air for the third treble 20, which didn't go in.
He's having a little bit of fun out there, isn't he? And now Charlie Mambi's done it himself. And unlike Lloyd Walker, he's hit the max. And Lloyd Walker, he's had enough. He's out of here.
Love it. That's brilliant. I shall take your attempt and raise you actually doing it. Fantastic.
100.
You come for the king, you best not miss. Imagine if he hit a 9 in that
55.
particular instance.
Yeah, I think Lloyd Walker would have just walked off at that point if it had gone the wrong way.
Probably walked off and
60.
never came back. Fair to say this is a game being played in good spirit, but also being played
140.
at a very high level. Both players averaging in excess of 90 as we head to the end of the third leg.
134. Charlie
Walker leaving himself on 67 after 12. Mambi's going to have to take out the 1-2-6 Sheffield to get the break here. And he's going to get a dart at the bullseye. Walker hit the 1-2-1 in the first leg of the match. But Mambi isn't going to find the 1-2-6.
Lloyd, you require
Checking that was in. Just had to break that rhythm slightly. He couldn't find the single 17. Now it's the ball. Oh, that's a perfect ball. What a recovery by Lloyd Walker.
He has that target on a string right now, does Lloyd Walker.
It's Charlie to throw first.
2 from 2, both on the ball. And have a look at them numbers. Lloyd Walker averaging just under 92. Charlie Mambi just under 95.
96.
High quality contest in our fourth matchup of the day.
Yeah, and Walker there did really well. Disappointing to find a single 3, but 14 ball to finish off the leg.
And also to regather himself, because yes, it was a little bit of fun, the exchange at the beginning of the leg, but if your mind's not in it, you can lose concentration very quickly. But Lloyd recovering very well. It was a 15 dart to that previous leg.
And they're both playing with a rhythm I think that suits one another. They're not the fastest players we've seen at the Super Series. I mean, we've seen some very fast players, but really nice rhythm, no messing around, straight up to the oki.
Good pace, good quality, and played in a good spirit. Everything that you want for a decent contest, we're getting here.
Yeah, but that visit really does open the door for Lloyd Walker. Only 34 for Charlie Mambi.
140.
As you can see, they had to shuffle across because his dart stayed up to attention. There was a real possibility he could have caught with dart 3 and bust the score. He's going to come back for tops after 12 to get the break and to open up a 3-1 advantage in this match. And to put paid to Charlie Mambi's hopes, just like in game 1, he put paid to Aaron Turner's hopes. And Lloyd Walker is becoming the disruptor of this group. He won his first game, and his 3-1 up here against Charlie Mambi, who had the opportunity to sail away with this group.
57.
Yeah, and importantly for Lloyd Walker, a breaker throw, which just gives him that little bit of a buffer, and it's really what Charlie can muster up in response.
119.
Fair to say, he mustered up a response.
131.
Lloyd Walker is hitting and hitting tremendously. How to look at the scoring power pack. 10 scores of 1 treble, 4 scores of 2 trebles. He's outpowering Charlie Mambi on a more consistent basis.
95.
And
then when he's had a go at a double, 3 from 3 in this contest.
And arguably this is the first match really where Charlie's almost finding himself, he is finding himself on the back foot. He did suffer the loss yesterday to Aaron, but he was in control for quite a big period of that time. It was a close result that went 4-3 to Aaron.
72.
He's forcing Lloyd Walker to play his best darts of the week. Ironically, Charlie Mambi's playing close to his best darts of the week. He lost yesterday over 98.64. He's averaging 98.21. And if this 146 goes, then he's going to be beaten for the second time in this Group C. He's going to come back for the break back. Be a sense if this opportunity doesn't go, it could be curtains for Charlie.
Double 16 the target. Double 16 is found. Rapid time by Charlie Mambi. Yeah, 14 dart breaker throw
Big
there
flag.
for
It's
Charlie.
Charlie
And
to throw
back to
first.
parity as he has
Game on.
now the advantage of throwing first.
Well, it just poses the question of Lloyd Walker, and suddenly the pressure is put on the shoulders of Walker, who's had a lead
100.
in this contest, which is being whittled away.
42.
This goes 3-3. Yes, Walker has the darts in leg 7, but the dynamic will be so different.
85.
Yeah, if Charlie can force a decider, I think it will give Lloyd Walker quite a bit to think
100.
about, because he would have felt quite comfortable at 3-1.
Well, he looked the better player, didn't he, at 3-1? That was despite how well Charlie was playing in the
60.
contest. And that treble of visit is just beginning to desert Lloyd when he needed it the most.
$134.
Yeah, good switch once again by Charlie Mambi to make sure he's on a finish.
100. Charlie require 122.
Doesn't have to pitter-patter around the bullseye. At least to finish the visit anyway.
82.
He's going to leave himself on tops upon his return to take us all the way for the first time today.
100. Charlie require 40.
And it's probably a contest which has deserved a last leg decider, if the truth be told. And that is exactly what we're going to get. And this is a huge leg. If Charlie Mambi can complete the comeback, he's 4 points clear, and he puts himself in such a privileged position in terms of progressing through. But if Lloyd Walker can win this, the cat will be thrown amongst the pigeons. And for Lloyd, who began the day 4 points off the pace, would suddenly get himself back in contention. But that is the worst possible start. Just 12 points scored.
Yeah, just those last couple of legs where Charlie's remained relatively consistent throughout this. It was Lloyd that seems to have just tailed off towards the end of the encounter between the two, and he
34.
cannot muster anything. You can see the frustration for Lloyd Walker.
It's gone right when it mattered the most for him.
94.
Very much wears his heart on his sleeve. You wouldn't mind playing poker, would you, against Lloyd?
No, absolutely
57.
not.
Wouldn't mind a poker match with Lloyd Walker and Richie Burnett. I might fancy my chances in that one.
Yeah, there's a few, maybe a Robert Thornton in there as well.
35.
Only problem is Richie Burnett would probably throw the cards up in the air if he doesn't like what was being dealt to him.
140.
Well, Charlie Mambi here was 3-1 behind in this contest. He's got 6-1-7-6 to complete a 4-3 victory to continue his
41.
seemingly serene passage through this Group C. It'll move him on to 12 points, move him 4 clear, and move him on the cusp.
134. Charlie require 135.
Yeah, but a couple of good visits there by Lloyd Walker. 140 backs up with the 134. He's tapping on the shoulder, and Charlie Mambi is not going to find the 135.
83. Lloyd, you require 124.
He's going to leave himself at a single to double combo if Walker cannot find the 1-2-4, and he's not going to. He's missed the big number. He's gone wide into the 5 and so eliminated the opportunity with dart 2. And so Charlie Mambi back for 52 to move on to 12 points.
52.
Yeah, single 20 for double 16. A
Extra
target that he found earlier on in the match. And Charlie Mambi comes back from 3-1 down to beat Lloyd Walker. Walker looked the better player for a lot of the match, but Charlie Mambi, he is the man topping the table now on 12 points, 4 points clear of second place Anthony Allen. And there you can see the average is 86.45, but a 94.44 for Charlie Mambi. 4 from 7 on the outer ring. It was a comprehensive performance. Well, coming up next, Andy McDermott will face Rick Hessing.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Looking very resplendent on a beautiful springtime afternoon here on the South Coast. We're in the middle of March and we're in the middle of a Group C session where before the break, Charlie Mambi got over the line against Lloyd Walker by 4 legs to 3. That moves him on to 12 points, moves himself in a good position to make his way through to finals night on his debut. Another 2 debutants for whom today is probably going to be the last day. They've come colour coordinated, have Andy McDermott and Rick Hessing, both in the yellow and black striped shirts and the black trousers. And they're looking to get us underway in Game 5 of the session. 2 points apiece for this pair in the group. And for Rick Hessing, he got his day up and running with a 4-1 win against Anthony Allen. So he'll try and draw confidence out of that particular success
44.
against Andy McDermott, who won the meeting between the pair yesterday.
Yeah, it's a much better start for Rick Hessing.
60.
His 5th day of playing, as it is for Andy McDermott as well. Andy McDermott, as you mentioned, ran into that top performance from Charlie Mambi, losing 4 legs to 1.
You feel like because Rick won his first game, this is a more important game for Andy to win in terms of just
97.
giving himself a bit of confidence for the rest of the day ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And already you're seeing some head shaking from McDermott. And there have been times where he's played exceptionally well and things have really clicked. And I just think as the losses came and the week went on, it's just become slightly more difficult for Andy McDermott. Whereas Rick Hessing, we saw it at the tail end of Group A, kind of better on Tuesday. And now we're seeing it again, that he seems to improve as the chances kind of, after he hasn't got a chance to qualify, you then see an improved performance from him.
It's amazing what happens when the pressure's off. You know you can't qualify through, and you know that you're just playing with a bit of freedom, just playing to showcase the best of yourself. How suddenly you actually see that from players. Let's look at 104. We've already seen this taken out early. That was by Lloyd Walker to win his match against Aaron Turner. Hessing's not going to take it out here. McDermott looking at 137.
52. And he require 137.
Yeah, good switch there by McDermott, but
87.
opportunity here for Rick Hessing to take the opening leg. Once again, those single numbers proving tricky for some players, but it's tops.
12. And he require
Just
50.
extinguishes the opportunity for Rick Hessing. McDermott himself will get a couple of darts at double top. Now 2 10s. And he won't miss, and he will not mess about. And he takes the opening leg of this contest.
Second leg, it's Rick to throw first. Game on.
In terms of their performances throughout the week, it's 2 apiece. They were both in Group A together, and Hessing actually won 2 of those games. McDermott just the one on Monday. And yesterday went the way of Andy McDermott, as you mentioned, Henry.
Yeah, McDermott 114. In fact, both players actually put in their best performance against one another yesterday. Again, possibly illustrating that the shackles were off a little bit and they played with a bit more freedom. McDermott 142. Averaging 81.11, 4 from 15 in terms of his doubling. Rick Hessing himself averaged in excess of 80 in that particular contest.
93.
And it's interesting because usually when we have 2 players that are to quote Chris Murphy, cellar dwellers in the group, that are just cut adrift a little bit from the top of the table, usually the confidence has been so far hit that actually when they play each other, it becomes a nerve fest because they're trying not to lose. But it feels like when these 2 play each other, they just begin to find a decent enough level from each other.
Yeah, it's the way you look at it as well, because if you are playing players that are playing substantially better than you, and there is another player in the field, you think, right, this is my opportunity, this is my chance to prove why I'm here, and you want to kind of make the most of it. Just heard that
80.
second dart clatter in, and yeah, a bit of mismanagement there by McDermott. Should have really gone for the 25 to at least guarantee himself on the 170.
I can already hear Owen Binks saying, go for the 25 to leave yourself on the big fish.
And these are the fine margins that players, especially at the top level, have to look at. You've got players like Luke Littler now who look at what he's going to leave potentially after throwing 1 dart at the board. It's really micromanaging your game.
59. And he require 133.
And particularly at the top level, it's the difference perhaps between 1 dart at a double or 2 darts at a double. And at the top level, that really is what
90.
it comes down to, that odd dart here and there.
80.
Ball the target.
49.
Can't convert. And
Andy
McDermott,
43.
by way of slipping into the 11, now has to burn a dart. Finds a 3, so tops now for 2-0.
Game shot
As well taken there, and you can just see that reaction from Andy McDermott. As you say, even though they're kind of festering at the bottom of the table, still important.
It's Andy to throw first.
And of course, positions mean pounds in the pocket. So if you finish 5th, you'll get more prize money over the course of the week than the player that finished bottom of the table. And these 2 were the bottom 2 in Group A. And it was Rick Hessing who managed to finish 5th. McDermott finished 6th in the group, and so Andy looking to leapfrog above Rick to ensure he doesn't get the wooden spoon in 2 groups this week. And it shows he can head back down the Jurassic Coast with a few more pounds in his pocket ahead of a weekend down maybe on Weymouth Beach.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's still those incentives out there to not just, you don't want to be the player that finishes bottom, but not just that, you do have the incentive of having, as you mentioned, just that little bit more prize money at the end of the week as well.
85.
Which makes the Super Series a meritocracy. And it means that the players at the bottom of the group aren't just going through the motions and playing games where they feel like, well, because I'm not qualifying, it doesn't really matter where I finish because I'm on the same prize money whatsoever. It means that every single game's got a competitive edge to it. And you don't know what that extra bit of prize money could do for players. It could be the difference between them maybe deciding to enter other tournaments, maybe play on the Challenge Tour or play maybe ADC, WDF events. You just never know where that prize money could potentially go.
No, and what you do see from a lot of the players that play here, especially on debut at the Modus Super Series, is that drive, that hunger. They want to do this again. They've had a taste, may not have quite gone to plan. They want to come back and right some wrongs. And in order to do that, you know, you need to get yourself back out there, back in a position to qualify. So, as you say, anything that you can... Darts isn't the most expensive sport in the world, but it's mostly self-funded. You know, and it's... You know, it still can cost to travel, to enter tournaments, to get the equipment now. Obviously, everyone needs a snazzy shirt, and quite a lot seem to need some very shiny shoes. But, you know, however you want to spend it, at least you've got it there to do so.
It's that reinvestment in terms of your career, which could be so important. Hessing at the 1-3-2. Was looking for the treble 19 to have given himself a dart at the ball. McDermott looking at the big fish for free zip. And of course, you saw, I know at the other end of the Richter scale, but Adam Warnett spending his winnings at the Super Series when he won his week-on debut as a qualifier to give himself the financial backing to go to Q School. And he's been on the tour for the 3 years ever since.
Yeah, I quite often talk about how invaluable the experience is of playing here, but you can't overlook the financial benefits if you do well here as well.
No score. And he requires 70.
A bit of a mess that from Rick. Hessing having a bit of a Rick there, you could say. McDermott coming back for 70 to open up a 3-0 lead in this contest, and he's going to get 2 darts at top to do exactly that. A leg that, for large parts, he's been completely out of. And so you'll take that and run. 3-0 McDermott leads. Hessing has it all to do.
Yeah, well, the one thing Rick Hessing did well in his victory over Anthony Allen was pinning those doubles when he had the chances. And unfortunately for him, he's 0 from 5 in this match, with McDermott 3 from 5 at 60%.
60.
Massive swing.
We've actually seen it from another player, going back to the point of reinvesting in yourself. Sam Spivey with his alias Spivey Man. It's either that or Seaside Sam. Either way, they're awful.
100.
But he's actually reinvested in himself in terms of actually playing abroad for the first time in his career this weekend, playing the German leg of the Challenge Tour, which he's never done before. On the back of his weekly win here, he's got new sponsors. He's now potentially looking at the possibility of becoming a full-time pro at this game.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see the progress. And
140.
Yeah, that was almost brilliant from Rick Hessing. Has to settle for a 140.
$85. Ricky require 161.
Outside chance that he doesn't have to go for. Now just trying to tee up, and that's
37.
3 solid visits from Rick Hessing. 140, 140, 137 to leave himself on 24 after 12.
Well, this is exactly what we're saying when we talk about Rick Hessing playing in patches, because he's had legs like this week. But he hasn't been able to piece it all together over the course of a match.
No, and what was a potential 13 dart leg for Hessing.
43.
Now it's a potential 16, 17 or 18. Has to find the target and does for a 16 dart holder throw, and to just chalk up one on the board. Keeps himself interested in the match.
McDermott here has the opportunity to throw to win this contest. And he'll be able to double up his
100
points tally against the Dutchman, who qualified here
37.
courtesy of the ADC Europe's European Qualified Tour, which took place at the back end of 2024. In fact, one of the players who won
57.
2 cards, Leon Weber, obviously ineligible to play here because he won his tour card in January. The other players that won their cards or won their place here via that
99.
system, Max de Jong, Patrick Klingelhofer. I'm sure Paul Nicholson's going to be here for that week. Arne Spee, who we've already seen here. Jim Meyer, the
42.
Luxembourgian. Rick, of course, and Ricardo Ulrich. He's surely going to walk on to that
6.
song. Is it by... Oh, I can't remember the band. You know the one that goes, all right, all right.
E17.
Is that E17?
Yeah.
6.
Everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, definitely. My first concert, I never had many posters, but that was my go-to band. Not Take That, all E17. There's something that no one needed to know about me.
Well, there's the first useless fact of the day. And I'm sure it's not going to be the last.
84.
Luckily for you, I didn't sing, so I didn't ruin the E17 illusion for you. Nobody needed that. Anyway, McDermott
99.
for the match.
Andy require 158.
158. It'd be some way to seal it, but it's not going to be taken out on this particular occasion.
54. Ricky require 148.
Long range shot, and that's a long way off the target. Good adjustment by Hessing, and a great third, but
116.
McDermott with a 104
require
opportunity for the
104.
match.
Triple 18 would have given McDermott a dart at double 16 to win the match. Hessing's going to get free at that target to save the contest. And
36.
from 3-0 behind, bring it back to
require
3-2, and he then
32.
have the darts in the next to take us to a
Gets
last
on the
leg
fifth
decider.
leg, Rick Hessing.
Hessing is just beginning to slowly plot the comeback trail against Andy McDermott. 3-2 now.
6th leg, it's Rick to throw first. Game on. $59.
Yeah, hold a throw here by Hessing, and we may see something similar to McDermott that what happened to Lloyd Walker is when
93.
you really start overthinking, how have I thrown away this lead?
Well, suddenly panic stations begin to set in, don't they?
40.
Particularly for 2 players who this week haven't won a lot of matches. So when you do build up a lead and suddenly you see your opponent come back at you, I can imagine there's a sense of here we go again
134.
about things.
Yeah, how much McDermott would just want to tie it up, not force that, not be forced into serving out
96.
a tie-break situation. He's made a solid start.
$58. $96.
So McDermott, 6 darts from 2-1-6 to see this game off once and for all. Hessing all the way back on 2-10. But a failure to find a treble here will open up the door for the
96.
Dutchman, but McDermott finds last dart.
Yeah, we'll be coming back for 120.
45.
And he will
Andy
have
require
6, because that was a wicked
120.
deflection there for Rick Hessing.
Nice guide, but cannot utilise it. But he has got the luxury of
88.
time as Andy McDermott, and he finds the treble 16 with the last to leave himself on 32 upon his return.
Rick Hessing just checking the
38.
score and exploded out of the board, and a
32.
match-winning chance here for Andy McDermott.
It's double 16 to double up his tally against the Dutchman. Left side, bottom corner, needs to find a
No
way
score.
through, but is unable to do so.
Ricky require 127.
Yeah, the accurate finishing for Andy McDermott that saw him take that early lead, just deserting him when he needed him the most. But a let off.
Well, he'd
55.
led this game
Andy
by 3 legs to
require
nil. He's slowly
32.
but surely seen Rick Hessing creep his way back into it,
Game
but he's
shot
eventually
and
got the job
match.
done.
Andy McDermott.
He gives himself a round of applause, and he gives himself a great opportunity to at least avoid the wooden spoon in this group. Andy McDermott on the 4 points thanks to a 4-2 win against Rick Hessing. So that's the meeting of the bottom 2 completed. Next up is Aaron Turner up against Anthony Allen in the race for second place.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
McGuire,
gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're live on Pluto TV on the app, which is available on your smartphone, your smart TV, and your smart device, and around the world by clicking on to Pluto.tv. Game 6 of our session sees Anthony Allen and Aaron Turner go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage, and this is a huge game in terms of the race for a place through to Saturday night's final. The winner of this one will be on 10 points, a couple behind Charlie Mambi. The loser of this will lose ground to their opponent. And the person that will be enjoying this more than anybody else will be Charlie Mambi, because he's got the guarantee that regardless of what happens at the end of this round, he is 4 points clear of the
First
opposition.
leg, it's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this was the match yesterday that saw Aaron lose his only one of the day. Both Anthony Allen and Aaron picked up 4 wins out of a possible 5. But both suffered early losses today already. Like I say, just keeps the table very interesting.
60.
Keeps it very competitive and makes it a nervy watch for those associated with the players.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
125.
Yeah, this is the position I normally take at home, staring at the TV screen, watching Aaron play. But yeah, normally I'm just shouting at the telly, cheering him on. This is a highly different experience.
What do you mean? It's totally normal to shout whilst commentating on a darts match.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong, I have.
45.
It's just stuff that I probably wouldn't normally say in comms, I'll be honest.
Yeah, we're before the watershed, aren't we?
55.
For Anthony, it was a below par opening performance against Rick Hessing. He lost that 4-1. Struggled to get into the 70s in terms of average. Aaron lost to Lloyd Walker, but a very good version of Lloyd Walker, who from 2-1 really did put his foot to the throttle. 14 darter, 104 on the last leg to get over the line. And it is Turner who gets off to the quicker start of the pair, leaving
28.
96 after just 12 darts, and has got the luxury of time here to take out the opening leg.
Yeah, good second over for double 8.
80.
Return for that target. Anthony, just like the opening match against Rick, slow out the traps.
140.
Decent the pass, but it only leaves himself a 158. Turner will still feel like he's got 6 from here potentially.
Yeah, but he'll want to tie this up nice and neatly here.
8. Anthony, you require 158.
Aaron did miss some early chances in that match against Walker. But it was double trouble as well for Anthony Allen. He was 1 from 10 in his match.
Aaron, you require 8. Yeah, he's on the
Just
first
squeezes
leg.
into the corner of that double 4, but it matters nonetheless. Aaron Turner at the 5th time of trying opens up a 1-0 lead over Anthony Allen.
Is Anthony to throw first. Game on.
I think both players, obviously, after racking up 8 points yesterday, will sense that there's a chance, there's a real opportunity for one of them to get through. With Charlie now winning those first 2 games, seeing him very comfortable at the top. So it's a bit of a battle, bit of a scrap for them both. And then you've got the added worry. We've got Lloyd Walker now chasing them down as well.
You get the sense that for both players, Lloyd Walker could be the most important match today. Now, Aaron Turner's got that battle out the way with, so if he wins this one, then the big assignment will be Charlie Mambi, who plays in his next match. If Aaron Turner could put himself in position, he's got the bottom 2 in his final 2, so he may feel like if he can keep himself competitive after round 3, he's got a run in, which should work in his favour.
Yeah, and absolutely, no offence to Hessing whatsoever, but I think Anthony Allen would have gone into that match expecting to win, but obviously didn't quite perform, and Hessing took all his chances when he could.
And he was slow out the traps yesterday as well, although there wasn't too much he could have done about the performance of Charlie Mambi. And it could be a trend of the week, which could well spell disaster for him, because if he doesn't qualify and the gap is a couple of points,
100.
The dissection of where it went wrong will probably point back to that first match against Rick.
Trying to squeeze in another treble over the top. And the way that Aaron's darts lie, they do allow you to kind of just squeeze darts over.
Happy accident. The ball. He cannot perfectly recover. Turner leaving himself on double 18 after a dozen to double up his lead to 2-0. Cross for double 9. And in the double 9. And into a 2-0 lead. And importantly, that was the break of throw that Aaron Turner would have wanted to have given himself a bit of daylight in this contest.
It's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, in that race to 4, when you find that early break, you still have to hold your throw. But yeah, 3-0, it just feels like you're going to be unbeatable.
45.
We know that's not always the case, but...
And of course, let's not forget the role that legs difference could potentially have in the season. So if you can win this particular mini battle and you can win it big, not just do you help your hopes of making it through, but you put a huge dent into your opponents.
100.
And Anthony Allen is someone that's really well known to Aaron and I as well. We've travelled all around to Spain, Turkey, Cyprus.
140.
We've known him for quite a while.
I like the fact you say Spain, Turkey, Cyprus, all the glamorous locations.
Yeah. Yeah, but when we go to those places, I think you get to know your fellow players so much more because you actually spend the day, you're all together. It's, you know, you spend the day by the side of the pool, go out down the beach, and then you actually play your darts in the evening. It's they're really good experiences. I can't praise them enough, and especially when they coincide with school holidays. That works perfectly for us. Yeah, I could tell it was in because I know Aaron's darts can be quite deceptive again because of the way that they land.
93.
This is why we need expert analysis in the commentary box. And that one the complete opposite. That's dangled like a loose tooth in the treble 20 bed, but he's found a ton to leave himself on a more manageable finish at the 148 of Anthony.
$140.
Yeah, that's a good response from Anthony Allen. Treble 19, still the target. So now treble 20, but
60.
Anthony Allen with a breakback chance.
8.
2 4s for 2-1. Nice guide with the first. Surely an in-off from here.
4.
Yeah, that second dart I'd be questioning as well. That was very close, but affords an opportunity for Aaron to go 3-0 up.
Double top.
Game shot on the third
And the
leg.
slender
Aaron
cushion
Turner.
turns into a comfortable cushion. 3-0 to Aaron Turner.
Fourth
Anthony Allen
leg. It's
shaking
Anthony
his
to
head in the
throw first.
background. He knows he's had gilt-edged chances there to reduce the gap in half, and consequently he has got a mountain to climb. Not just in this game, but potentially in this group if he loses this match.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He's come into this in second place and could potentially find himself in third. And then Lloyd Walker coming up next against Rick Hessing.
140.
Potentially could look to actually jump Anthony Allen and push him out the top 3. But job not done yet. And I know Anthony Allen
108.
has levels, and you can see them.
A beautiful angle of a beautiful visit there from Anthony Allen. There you can see
100.
his darts just go in at a stacked angle underneath, whereas for Anthony, they stand up and they stand up to attention.
Yeah, this is arguably the best leg from both of them in this match.
100.
Both down to finishes
Anthony
after
require
9, but it's a more manageable
121.
1-2-1 for Allen first. Oh, is there an argument to go 11 for the ball?
81. Aaron, you require 161.
Well, this would be some way to win it. But the 161 is going to go. So Anthony Allen leaving himself tops after 12. By far his best leg in this contest.
97.
And the annoying thing for him
Anthony
is
require
he
40.
knows that this should be a shot for 2-2.
Game shot
But he's on the
fourth
board
leg.
nonetheless with that
Anthony Allen.
13 darter. And he has forced Aaron Turner to serve this one out.
Fifth leg. It's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
And sometimes when you face a deficit, that's all you can do. Force your opponent to win it on their throw.
140.
Little nod of the head there from Aaron. Happy with that visit. If you can just maintain those kind of 1-2 treble visits,
96.
then you're more than likely to get a shot at a double.
$45.
There's a
81.
good last from Anthony Allen. Just keeps him within touching distance. Aaron's still got that slight advantage of throw. And that, to me, is the perfect first dart if he can just lift it over the top.
45.
And that just opens up the door somewhat for Anthony Allen.
59. $79.
Anthony Allen opting to go up the top, and he's using that treble 20 to good effect and finds his second max of the match.
He
Leaves himself on a 2-darter to bring it back to 3-2 and suddenly asks the question of Aaron Turner.
121.
A good 2-treble turn there
Anthony
means
requires
that this
85.
may well be a must-get for Anthony Allen. Double 5.
75.
And so Aaron here should
Aaron,
get
you
a match
require
start from this
71.
71. It's going to be one. A double top. It's a
Good
big
shot
win for
and the
Aaron
match,
Turner. It just sneaks
Aaron
into the
Turner.
corner and in. A 4-1 success against Anthony Allen. And it's going to be Azza who finds himself in pole position to progress. Anthony Allen, 2 defeats from 2, and his chances of progressing through are slipping away slowly but surely. This is the tail of the tape. And so the end of the second round of matches, it's Charlie Mambi and Aaron Turner who are in cruise control. Coming up after the break, it is Rick Hessing up against Lloyd Walker as we begin round number 3. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down on this Friday afternoon. This is what we've seen thus far. A perfect day for Charlie Mambi. 2 wins and 2, and he's seen his opposition fall by the wayside as well. Aaron Turner got the better of Anthony Allen, fought one before the break, which means for Anthony, he's lost 2 out of 2. For Aaron, he's now in a very good suit. 10 points to his name. Charlie Mambi's 4 points clear with 6 points left to play for. He plays Aaron Turner in game 8 of the session. Lloyd Walker takes on Rick Hessing now. And for Lloyd, if he can win this one, well, he just keeps himself an interested party on 8 points in the group. If he can win this one big, then it really could begin to get interesting in that mix for second position in the table. Let's get into the action then. Walker and Hessing, our 7th match of the session here at the Live Lounge in Ports. In terms of the meeting between these two on Thursday, Lloyd won this one 4-3. Made hard work of it in the end. On an average of 81.294 from 9 in terms
First leg, it's Rick to throw first.
His doubling. So we enter round 3 of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for Lloyd, it's been
58.
A decent start to the day in terms of performances. 2 back-to-back, but only the 1 win, although admittedly
83.
He would have felt that he probably should have beaten Charlie Mambi, having led 3-1 and lost.
Yeah, he felt like he was it felt like he was in control of that match against Charlie Mambi.
54.
Charlie just remained consistent in terms of performance, and Walker just dropped off in those last couple of legs, and I'm sure he'll be
44.
mightily disappointed. And you can see now, in the first game and the first half of the second game for Walker, different type of urgency, confident. There was no head shaking. I know he's quite emotive, but now you're seeing a bit more of it.
108.
Maximum for Lloyd Walker. He's been dealing in a few of them today. Had 3 in his first match against Aaron Turner.
59.
And when that first start hits like that,
140.
you just expect more to follow. Really good first leg this, leaving himself on a 2-darter after 12, leaving himself on a single to double combo after 12.
100. Lloyd, you require 54.
Yeah, tops of 14 darts.
34. Rick, you require 130.
No, Rick Hessing now with a poke at 130. Treble 20 would leave the ball, but couldn't find it.
58. Lloyd, you require 20.
So Lloyd looking at 2 10s
Yes, on
to
the
get
first
the
leg,
break of
Lloyd
throw
Walker.
and to open up a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
And this is where the points that he dropped
40.
yesterday, if he doesn't make it through, will begin to really frustrate Lloyd, because he has been there or thereabouts throughout the course of the group. Even if maybe the points tally that he's got doesn't quite illustrate that.
56.
Yeah, a lot of the contests that he did come a cropper in yesterday, they were 4-3, 4-2. It's just that one small lapse. Timing's everything in darts. I know we say it, it's a bit of a cliche, but it's true.
56.
Just mistimed that. Well, 1 dart at a double, that one score, that one bad score comes in at the wrong time, and if you're exploited for it,
100.
completely changes the complex of a match.
It's the small moments that make the biggest difference, particularly in a jeopardised format such as the best of 7 that we have here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, which will be the format throughout the course of the week, including tomorrow night. Even in the final, it'll be best of 7. That's live from 7:30 p.m. tomorrow evening here on Pluto TV.
$99.
It's Hessing who's first down to a finish. Walker desperately trying to seek out a treble 23 well thrown darts, but
124.
has to settle for a trebleless visit.
The ball does not go.
Lloyd, you require 130.
So Walker back for 130 to double his lead to 2-0. Not to be this time.
38. Rick, you require 47.
So Hessing to square up on one apiece. And this is kind of what we mean by opportunities for Lloyd Walker this week.
15.
Which then
Lloyd,
go
you
a begging. He puts
require
himself in a
92.
position like this one. Hessing's missed a couple of darts to level up at one apiece. And he says he has to take out the 92. He's not going to.
74.
And so he's allowed Hessing
Ricky
3 more here to
require
level up.
32.
Goes really wide with the second and
No
can't
score.
find the third. And that
Lloyd, you
third dart
require
perhaps thrown in a
18.
little bit of frustration for Lloyd Walker. Leaves him on double 9. And that is the risk for double 9. If he just
No
made
score.
sure he'd hit a single 18, he would have been
Ricky
back for
require
36,
32.
which just feels like a much better target.
No score. Lloyd, you require 18.
Yeah, and that's got to be disappointing. And now opts to switch. Nearly busts it and now has to move because that's awkward.
2. Ricky require 32.
So more darts for Rick Hessing to win this leg.
Game
And
shot.
eventually, Rick Hessing finds, and we are back level at one apiece.
You mentioned yourself you thought
Third
this game
leg
was a
is Rick to
frustrating one
go
for Lloyd
first.
Walker yesterday, and he's finding himself
Game on.
in a very similar position early on in this match.
We said that somebody could be a disruptor in this group.
97.
But it could actually be Rick Hessing because he beat Anthony Allen in his first match 4-1, which is pretty much on the back of the second
134.
defeat for him against Aaron Turner, ended his hopes potentially of making it through. He could also disrupt the hopes of Lloyd Walker for making it through to Saturday if he wins this contest. And he's beginning to get better.
108.
Second attempt, 180 with the arm in the air, and that one did go for Lloyd Walker.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again.
41. $58.
It really is a bit of a yo-yo game in terms of their performance so far.
43. Lloyd, you require 129.
Treble 20 for the ball.
86. Ricky require
And
140.
you can see why he's called lightning, the speed that he's throwing at the moment.
100.
Throwing them
Lloyd,
quick,
you
but can he
require
throw them
43.
accurately here? It's double 16 for the break of throw and to open up a 2-1 lead in this contest.
Again, just the way it lands, it's awkward. Has to shuffle across and
11.
clatters into that first dart.
Ricky
And
require 40.
potentially being 2-1 up could now find himself 2-1 down. And it
Yeah,
is
it's on the
2-1, but
third
it's
leg.
to
Rick
the Dutchman, Rick Hessing.
Puts his nose in front
Fourth flag is
and
Lloyd
puts
to throw
Lloyd
first.
Walker in a spot
Game
above
on.
her.
81.
You get the sense the story of his week is beginning to turn into close, but not quite close enough.
58. $121.
Just having a little bit of trouble with that third dart, perhaps because he is one of those very speedy throwers, and you know
135.
everyone has their own unique throw. Sometimes when he does miss the target, it's quite hard to adjust at the pace that he's
40.
throwing at. And you can see that there. That's the third time in a row, third throw in a row, where his last dart has pulled into the one.
98. $100.
Well, the ton there for Lloyd leaves himself on a bogey. Rick Hessing's got 6 here to get the break and open up a 3-1 advantage in the match.
100.
Yeah, Walker really should have either started down or should have gone down to the 19s with the second, and
40.
now finds
Ricky
himself in a
require
real spot of bother. And this is
110.
all about board management. The leg before, again, I think was board management. The second leg was board management as well.
42. Lloyd, you require 119.
It's only going to be 119. But he is going to get a dart at double. And that dart at double will be double 13. The pause, the
99.
stutter
Ricky
didn't do him
requires
any
68.
good. 48 remaining. 40 remaining,
Gets
0
on the
remaining.
fourth leg, Rick
And Rick
Hessing.
Hessing gets the break. He's 3-1 up and now has the darts to win the match.
Fifth leg, it's Rick to throw first. Game on.
And I think this really will be a position which Lloyd Walker is scratching his head at. But as I mentioned before, that second leg, when he had 54 left and just kind of launched it at the board, hit the double, came back for double 9 and ended up chasing
96.
it. That cost him in the end. And just a bit of board management in the last one as well, where he left himself on 159, allowing Hessing 6 darts. Just those fine
96.
margins.
Goes back to that saying, small moments make the biggest difference here at the
51.
Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for Rick Hessing, he's on course for possibly his best day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
140.
In terms of wins, in terms of performances, and in terms of the scouts he's going to accrue.
Well, as they say, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
You'd be thinking of only this group started yesterday.
100.
You can't turn back the clock.
108.
Well, that's scoreboard pressure. That's the third max of the match for Lloyd Walker.
95.
Second time today that he's hit 3 maximums in a contest, but he could be on the cusp of losing it. But Hessing misses a match start at the ball.
34.
That last visit, the lesser spotted double 17, and now over to double 8.
18. Ricky require 42.
That's sometimes where the pace really can let you down. But for a quick win, Rick looking at double 16. And he doesn't like the look of that. That's why he has to shuffle across to the right-hand side. Cannot
10.
find a way through. And to all intents and purposes,
Lloyd
that was finding the
requires
target
16.
bar the dart that was in the way.
He's having to really use the whole width of the oche.
8.
And that's more misses for Lloyd Walker. He's
Ricky
1 from
require
16 in this
32.
match.
Double 16 and now up for double 8. Doesn't
16.
go.
Lloyd, you require
Well, we've already seen
8.
one scrappy leg where neither player could finish off on the double. But we're not going to see another one there. Walker brings it back to 3-2. He's missed 16 darts at the outer ring in this game, has Lloyd.
6th leg.
But
it's
he's still
Lloyd
Lloyd
to throw
Tuz in
first.
this match.
Game on.
And that's the darts to take us all the way.
108. He
Definitely becoming a bit of a pattern there with Lloyd Walker, the hand up in the air. But Hessing looking to come back in response, and he does the same thing. Look, this is contagious, I swear. They're all doing it. They're all at it.
It's a Friday fun day here at the Live Lounge, and Lloyd Walker's continuing. And he nearly went 6 perfect by frailing his arm up in the air as if he couldn't care.
Just a slight hesitation there from Rick. Couldn't find the next job. Actually pulled it into the
41.
small one, so not quite the same.
58.
There is this kind of element where that kind of that bravado on the oche can be misconstrued, but these guys, they seem to be playing it all in good spirits as well.
45. Lloyd, you require 120.
Yeah, there might be the odd one or two that may have taken offence to such a thing,
91.
but this group being played in an excellent spirit. And Walker here's left himself double 16 after just a dozen darts to take us all the way
57.
to a
Lloyd, you
deciding
require
leg.
32.
And he has got all the time he wants.
No
He's going to
score.
need said time.
Yeah, his relationship with the kind of double 16, double 8 in this match has not been great. But as you say,
58. Lloyd, you require 32.
has at least another 3 here.
24. Ricky
Yeah, real
require
frustration for Lloyd Walker.
120.
This is for the match, but the 120 is it going to go? And so
88.
Walker
Lloyd,
to
you
take us
require
to
8.
another last leg decide. He lost in one against Charlie Mambi in game 4. But a
No
failure to
score.
find that means that Hessing is back for
Ricky
32
require
to win it.
32.
Now, is that a marker for him? Explodes out the board.
No score. Lloyd, you require
double trouble for both these players, and Walker back for more chances. He's 2 from 27, 25 missed in this match at a double. Doesn't miss that time and does level us up at 3 apiece.
Well, if he carries on missing, he may break the record for most missed darts at a double in this match, which Martin Dracton to 29. And the fact we've gone to a last leg decider, there is a possibility that could happen.
43.
Yeah, as records go, it's not one that you want, is it?
No. But I tell you what, in amidst all of that, he's hit 5 180s in this match. 5!
I was going to say everyone with the arm in the air. All bar one, maybe?
Pretty much. In this game combined, there's been 46 missed darts at a double. The record is 48 in a game between Lisa Ashton and Matthew Dennant.
134.
I'll be honest, the scoring element for the most has not been the issue for Lloyd Walker. 5 maximums, as you mentioned, but 3 140s, 3 130 pluses, and 3 ton pluses.
129. 57.
But he's got time once again, Lloyd Walker. Hessing now just going to try and put some pressure on, but that does not help his cause.
24. Lloyd, you require 72.
To eventually get this game won, he's going to get a match-winning dart at double. And it's another miss for Lloyd Walker. Make that 26 and counting.
Yeah, Hessing just seems to have lost a bit of that form.
Lloyd, you require 20.
Well, this doesn't go first dart. We've got a record for most missed darts combined in a match here at the Super Series. And if Lloyd Walker keeps on missing, he'll have the most missed darts at a double in a match here at the Super Series. And hey, presto, he has now missed 29 darts in a double. And so we're going to have to put him in the record books. Sorry, Lloyd.
Yeah, those last 2 visits for Hessing leave him on 150. Couldn't find the second treble, so more chances incoming, but time may be running out if Lloyd Walker can't find it here.
Lloyd Walker has become the first player to miss 30 darts at a double in a match.
32.
We're guessing double 16 to win a game which has been categorised by numerous missed darts at a double. Well, Lloyd Walker in that game hit 5 180s, yet missed 31 darts at a double. The Bobby George catchphrase, scoring for show and doubles for dough, have never been more pertinent than perhaps in that particular situation. Mick Hessing with his second win of the day, that the tail of the tape, and really it's the 4th column down in terms of the graphic, which is the most important one, the missed doubles. Charlie Mambi and Aaron Turner comes up after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Rick Hessing get the better of Lloyd Walker by 4 legs to 3 in a game which saw 54 missed darts between the pair combined, 31 of them for Lloyd Walker. Rick Hessing winning that game 4-3. Let's hope we're not going to see that many missed doubles between Aaron Turner and Charlie Mambi. This a meeting between Mambi and Turner. For Charlie, if he can win this game, he'll be full clear of Aaron Turner, but more importantly, it'll be 6 points clear of Anthony Allen, who takes on Andy McDermott next. And so if Charlie can win this game, he'll be on the hill. He'd need just one more win to mathematically secure his passage, but if Anna was to lose that next match and Mambi wins this one, he'd be automatically through. But for Aaron Turner, well, he can move himself full clear of Anthony Allen with a victory in this one, and it would mean that the pair, and the worst case scenario, shall I say, would be 2 points clear going into the final 2 rounds worth of matches.
Yeah, still all to play for the players. Charlie Mambi did survive a bit of a scare against Lloyd Walker
45
in his previous match. Found himself 3-1 down at one point, but rallied to win 4-3.
$119. $30. $108.
Mambi with his first max of the match. He was the biggest hitter of 180s yesterday. Had 8 over the course of the session.
55.
So far today,
Charlie require 143.
That is his 4th. And he's looking at 143, and he's got plenty of time to take out this opening leg.
Yeah, and this encounter that he had yesterday with Aaron,
57.
saw him starting off like an absolute train with some really high numbers. Aaron just kind of clung on to the coattails for the majority of the match, and then found a way in the last just to edge him out 4-3.
85. Charlie, you require 86.
So 86 then to take out the opening leg.
$46.
Will return for tops. And plenty of time on side.
$45. Charlie, you require 40.
Yeah, for 1-0, and that should be a good marker for Mambi.
Game shot on the first
Uses
leg.
it
Charlie
well.
Mambi.
I guess that's just one to kind of draw a line under for Aaron. Just
Second
wasn't
leg, it's
in
Aaron
it
to
to
the
start with,
reverse.
but
Game on.
now he has the throw. You want to make the most of it.
And I think one of the greatest traits that Charlie has is how cool, calm and composed he is. Doesn't really get too high, does he, when the big shots go and the 180s get hit. But also, when he suffered a little bit of a setback, you don't see his shoulders slump either.
No, that's probably down to the amount that he's playing.
90,
We've
sir.
mentioned obviously that massive average on the development tour, but he's probably quite used to hitting these big averages consistently now. And different players, they react
44.
differently. They need that different type of adrenaline. You have the calm players, like the ones that don't rely on adrenaline, like a Dimitri van den Berg, for example. But then you've got the ones that like to be pumped and loud, like your Gerwin
96.
Prices, like he was last night.
What was Lloyd Turner's MO in terms of getting in the right zone on the hockey?
Yeah, no, calm.
121.
I wasn't one to particularly react, and if I did, it was very natural. I know that there's always that video of me and Lorraine from last time here where I managed to finally get the better of her in the semi-final, and I think I was just
138.
bouncing around the stage, and it's joy, relief, excitement, but in the match, just as calm as I could be.
Don't worry, that has been saved under the Super Series bingo.
60. Charlie require 170.
Mambi 6 starts to open up a 2-0 lead and get the break, which have really established his authority in the match.
105.
We'll come back for 65 upon his return. Pressure put on by Aaron Turner.
Charlie
But this for Mambi
65.
for 2-zip and for a bit of daylight in this contest. He's too good. He's found the ball, which means there's only going to be one dart in his hand, a double 4, but he only needed the one dart. And that's
Charlie
a 15
Mambi.
darter. 32 darts thrown. Charlie Mambi's 2-0 to the goods.
Third leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, but Aaron just needs to rekindle some of that big scoring power that we saw from him yesterday in this match particularly.
135.
Yeah, both players hit each other with their best, didn't they, in this fixture yesterday? Charlie Mambi lost this match despite
55.
averaging 98.64. Aaron Turner prevailed 4-3. Average of 91.5. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. That was the key turning point. Charlie Mambi missed 7 at the outer ring. Aaron Turner, when he got a chance, he took his chance. And that so far is the only blot on the sheet for Charlie Mambi in this group so far. Other than that, it's been a serene passage through his
55.
debut campaign at the Live Lounge.
Charlie just trying to find that treble, does find a way over the top, leaves himself once again on 170 after just 9 darts thrown. Now we're just losing a bit of that form.
$26. Charlie require 170.
Well, there's a bit of daylight beginning to develop between these two. Charlie Mambi looking to exercise that in terms of the scoreline. He's going to go for the big fish. He's going to get the big fish.
Mambi.
It's another big moment from this young superstar. The
Full
big
flag,
fish
it's
reeled
Aaron
in
to
by
throw
Champagne
first.
Charlie,
Game on.
who brings us a sparkling shot to open up a 3-0 advantage.
Yeah, and a nice little smile from him at the back. And
45.
Aaron just not able to find any kind of response here against this barrage from Charlie Mambi. Mambi's average now, courtesy of that 170 finish,
60.
tipping just over the ton mark.
Well, that's another moment he can add to his personal highlight reel, which he continues to add to over the course of this week. And look at the smile.
100.
He's beaming from ear to ear.
Yeah, he's feeling good up there. And
108.
finds his second maximum of the match.
$104.5 the average.
67.
And even if Aaron Turner was playing near his best, it would have taken some performance to have got the better of Charlie in this kind of form.
81.
Yeah, you feel at least a 2 treble visit required here for Aaron. Yeah, more frustration, just slipping into the 5s more often than he'd like.
125.
But it is a 2 big treble visit to ensure that he is the first to a finish.
Hammering for home. tops after 12. It was the big fish in the previous leg. He's on for potential 13 darter. And he's going to get a look at double top to cap off what has been a pretty much immaculate display from first start through to last. Average of 105. A sparkling performance from Champagne Charlie Mambi. An average of 103.66, a big fish to boot, and he has beaten Aaron Turner by 4 legs to 0. And that puts himself 6 points clear of Anthony Allen. He's on the hill. He needs just one more win now to confirm his place through to Saturday night's final. Charlie Mambi 4, Aaron Turner 0. A big performance from Mambi, and now a big response needed from Anthony Allen after the break against Andy McDermott.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
So coming up next, we've got Scott Mitchell's on the hockey after all the action here. Then at 9:25, Tungsten Talk with Matt Edgar. And then 10 p.m, we see Group B, their final session to see who goes through to those Saturday night finals here on the 15th on Saturday. Exciting to see who will win in Series 10, week number 7. Well, we still got a bit of work to do here to see who will make it through Group C. Third place, Anthony Allen, is up against Andy McDermott. Andy McDermott has had a mixed bag of results. Did get a win over Rick Hessing earlier on, but I will say in terms of his Group C campaign, hasn't been quite how he wanted it to go, but it's not been the ideal start for Anthony Allen either. He lost 4-1 to Hessing in his opening match and then was beaten by Aaron Turner 4-2. Hasn't yet picked up any points, so you feel this is quite imperative for Anthony Allen to just keep himself in that race for one of the top 2 spots.
81.
2 players that would have wanted more from today going head-to-head here in the live round. That's even despite McDermott's 4-2 win against Rick Hessing in his previous match. But for Anthony Allen, if he loses this, then Charlie Mambi will automatically be through, and Aaron Turner will have a massive leg up going into the final couple of rounds of matches. For Anthony, his final 2 games are against Lloyd Walker, of which we don't really quite know what we're going to get from him. And then he will take on Charlie Mambi at the last. So you get the sense that these next 2 games are the utmost importance to win.
30.
Yeah, and you saw elements of, what Anthony Allen can do, because he was trailing 3-0 in his last match where he lost to Aaron. Fought it back to 3-2, but just that consistency. And then you can see the frustration creep in. And, it's an element of Anthony's game. He does get annoyed when his darts don't quite flow like this.
140.
I think the most frustrating thing for Anthony is the fact that he knows he's capable of this.
Yeah, and the other thing, when we talk about things that hang over people's heads, when they haven't won a title but qualified for lots of finals nights, he hasn't qualified for a finals night. And that's probably something that's just living in the back of his mind when he steps up, because he's put himself in such a good position overnight.
121.
And he's put himself in a very strong position in this leg.
Yeah. 85.
May have just landed awkwardly walking off that oki.
Anthony, you require 32.
We can see he's hobbling a little bit gingerly, is Anthony. 88. And it goes.
First leg, Anthony Allen.
Beware the wounded animal. Allen leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Now, usually I have to commentate on another sport to talk about injury
59.
updates. But for Anthony Allen, you saw, and he came back to retrieve the darts and the visit prior, that things just got a little bit awkward for him. You could just see himself hobbling, and
$54.
you can see he's really hobbling. And the problem is, the issue's on his standing foot, the weight-bearing foot, the right foot.
41.
Yeah, but didn't cause him too much problems finishing off that opening leg.
$54.
With Charlie Mambi out in front on 14 points, Aaron Turner just 2 wins behind him on 10, and Anthony Allen currently sat on 8.
99.
It's imperative for that chasing pack to get the wins over the likes of Rick Hessing and Andy McDermott.
Well, effectively, in a group scenario, when you've got a couple
45.
of back markers, which this group has, if you don't beat them, you're in big trouble. And Anthony's already lost to Rick Hessing today.
85. $81.
Trying to seek out that treble. Has to settle for 60, but 116 when he returns.
But it's also another side to it, because obviously you don't go out with the intents and purposes of injuring yourself whilst you're on the hockey, but a bit like a player that suffers from the flu a little bit. Sometimes you're so focused on that actually allows you to throw over a little bit more freedom. And I wonder whether that could be the case here for Anthony as this game progresses.
42.
Yeah, having that distraction, I agree. I think it can actually just take your mind off the job in hand. And One in for McDermott, can't find the second. I agree. I think sometimes you can be too intent,
109.
too focused.
Requires
I'm trying to get
74.
across that winning line.
20 for tops. Well, get the tops first start. Leaves an open bed at
64.
double temp. It is unable
Andy
to
require
locate
41.
that lower start in hand, and so McDermott looking at 41 to level up at 1-1. Double top. Now double 10.
31. Anthony require 10.
Yeah, and a similar outcome both now. Looking at double 5.
No score.
Anthony Allen
Andy
looking to
require
split.
10.
Couldn't find the single 2. So I was gifted a chance here for Andy McDermott, who
Game shot on the
very
second
happily
leg.
obliges
Andy
and takes it. Shake of the head, but doesn't matter. It's all about hitting those doubles.
Well, that will compound
Third
the
leg,
pain
it's
for Anthony
to
Allen.
throw first. Game on. $87.
Now, we don't quite know the prognosis, but if there is an injury for Anthony Allen, he's still got 2 more games to play.
81. $100.
Yeah, but still steady from Anthony Allen.
84. $57.
Yeah, Rodder's finding himself in a very similar position, just chasing.
48.
Another treble 20 is what he's looking for, and it's a good visit
140.
from Anthony Allen.
Still in pain is
85.
Anthony. Appears to
Anthony
be a
require 117.
problem with the right groin.
$57.
But he's hobbling along this leg quite nicely. Leaving himself on 60 to open up a 2-1 advantage.
99. Anthony
Yeah, I will
requires
say, depending on
60.
if he has hurt himself, he hasn't got a long time to recover after this match because there's one game, then he faces Lloyd Walker.
Game shot on the third leg.
But
Anthony
no
Allen.
problem there on the 60, 2-1 to Anthony Allen.
Well, you really can see him
Fourth
begin
leg.
to
It's Andy to
really
throw first.
move uncomfortably, traversing up and down the stage of a hobble.
140. $100. $40.
Yeah, McDermott, they're not able to back up that initial 140, only 40 points scored, and just allows Anthony Allen once again to take the initiative in the leg. But this is better.
140.
I feel like both players have seen the struggles of the other and almost tried too hard to
140.
try and take full advantage. But it then felt like as soon as one player just began to hit the ante, the other ones tended to follow too.
47. Anthony require 121.
Falling into each other's trap.
Yeah, treble 17, now the target, back up, 84 left, and pulls into the
42.
5, and yeah,
Andy
I agree that
require 134.
it's an outside chance there. Looks like starting down.
.58 remaining. Just converses with the referee Jack Garwood to double check what he had left.
Anthony require 79.
Allen should get a dart from here to open up a 3-1 lead, but Straying into the single free meant he needed to find a target, was unable to do so.
39.
And so McDermott,
Andy
because he missed a big
require
number there
54.
last time, is going to have to spurn a dart upon his return.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
It was
Andy
well
McDermott.
taken in the end there by Andy McDermott. But both players in that leg suffering from what we've seen quite a bit, I think,
Fifth
today,
leg
is
is
just
Anthony to the
making
first.
sure of the single number.
Game on.
Don't want to have to waste a dart. And Anthony Allen on 79 really should have been having a dart at tops in that throw.
140.
Was it Tuesday when we were together in the commentary box and we saw that become a bit of a pattern that was trending in Group A?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's probably why it's kind of still quite
140.
fresh in my mind. Obviously, a couple of days off and back, and it seems to be happening. Maybe it's me, you know. I don't know why it would be.
123.
We are a superstitious bunch of start players, I tell you.
I was going to say, I know that we're quite close to the stage, but I can guarantee Lloyd Turner is not throwing any darts.
No, good.
85. $60. $43.
Alan once again in the stronger of the two positions.
45.
But another loose last dart. Means a ton here would put them on an even kill. Another one of those, and in the 5.
69. Anthony require
So Alan,
133.
133. I feel like he's got 6 from here to establish a 3-2 lead in the contest, not to be on this particular occasion.
93.
We'll come back
Andy
for tops
require
if McDermott cannot
164.
find the 164. And if he finds this, it will be the highlight moment of his week. Hang fire, bullseye. But Rodney couldn't reel it
139.
in.
Anthony require 40.
That was a fraction away, and you could see Anthony Allen in the background. He thought that was going. He was walking away. Oh, but can he use that? Is that a good guide?
Yeah,
Yes,
shot
it
the
is,
fifth
and it's
leg.
3-2
Anthony Allen.
to Shaggy.
3-2 he leads.
Sixth leg. It's Andy
Anthony,
to
who
the first.
broke his
Game
duck in terms of picking up a WDF ranking event last year, won the Slovak Masters tournament, actually replaced Matthew Redko as the
100.
champion of that particular event. That was back in 2024 where he beat the Hungarian Nandon Prez
59.
in the final. Actually got the better of Brian Roman in the semis. Super Series regular.
Yeah, that I will say on the WDF darting calendar, that is definitely one
40.
I'd recommend. One of the most exceptional hotels that you will ever have the opportunity to play in. It's the National Equestrian Centre. Yeah, everything just
100.
exudes like luxury. So yeah, it's a very good one. And run very well as well. Obviously, that is important. It's not all about the hotel. Come on.
137.
It's all right. If it's one table and you go out first round, at least you got a luxury spa afternoon or afternoon tea or something.
Yeah, all available.
108.
Yeah, and there is the max for Anthony Allen. First one of the match.
134.
Obviously not quite enough to leave him on a finish. So Andy McDermott will be back for 90, but there will be pressure on it.
100. Andy requires
Should get an easy dart at the
90.
bullseye at the end of this visit. Keep it straight, he'll get exactly that. But he strayed wide into the single one, and Anthony Allen's going to have a match-winning opportunity here.
Yeah, and you can see Anthony Allen
36.
shaking his head in the background. It's an
Anthony
opportunity perhaps that he may not have
62.
thought he was going to get. You kind of prepare your brain for 3-all, but it's 62. It's double 16 for the match. Has to move across to a double 8.
No score.
And busts the score.
Andy requires
Head in hands
54.
for Anthony Allen.
And so McDermott will come back to take us all the way. But he's missed a second consecutive big number by straying into the 11. He's only going to hit one dart at double top from here, but he
Game shot
takes
on
the
the
one
sixth
dart he
leg.
got at double
Andy
top.
McDermott.
He shakes his head, because he knows that he did the easy part of the job difficultly,
final
but the hard
leg.
part
It's
of the job
Anthony to throw
rather
first.
easily.
Game on.
Easy for you to say.
Me and words, Laura, sometimes have a strained relationship. Particularly them beginning with R.
Yeah, it's been one of those games. I think both players will be disappointed if they don't come out victorious because they've both had opportunities. They both look like they've been in control.
140.
But Anthony Allen now just trying to forge ahead. It really has been the finishing that's been on point for Andy McDermott. 3 from 6. It's 11 missed by Anthony Allen in the match overall.
140.
Well, good last leg this. Samantha leads himself for the finish after just 9 darts. Andy McDermott's had nothing by way of response
44.
up to press.
Anthony, you require 136.
And so for Anthony, may not be fully at 100%, but he's going to get an opportunity now to come back and to put himself onto 10 points. And in terms of the dynamic of the league table as well, 10 points that would then put him on to +3 in terms of legs difference. 23 legs one, so he'd actually go above Aaron Turner on legs 1 in the league table. And he's going to get 2 darts in his hand. A double 18 to do exactly that. A 14 dart to the finish. It certainly wasn't a limp towards the finishing line for Anthony Allen, even if there was a sense that maybe some injury woes may be beginning to set in for Shaggy. An awkward movement as he moved away from the hockey in leg 1 meant that he wasn't really moving at 100% in terms of his footwork in that match, but the throw work was quite good. And he wins by 4 legs to 3 against Andy McDermott. Coming up after the break, Charlie Mambi can secure his qualification through with victory against Rick Hessing. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Anthony Allen got the better of Andy McDermott by 4 legs to 3. We're 3 rounds down on this Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Charlie Mambi, well, he's in a very good position. Any win in his last 2 games, and he is through to tomorrow night's final. Anthony Allen and Aaron Turner both tied on 10 points apiece, both on plus 3 legs difference. Anthony Allen with the slender advantage, having won 1 leg more than Aaron in this group so far. Lloyd Walker's pretty much all but out of proceedings. Andy McDermott and Rick Hessing mathematically are out of it. And it is Hessing that can perhaps put a dent in Charlie Mambi's hopes of qualifying through. But for the man from Huddersfield, he is now a win away from qualifying for tomorrow night's finale at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's been the best player in the group. The stats prove it. The performances prove it. And last time out, average 103.66, including a big fish finish. You do get the sense, though, with Charlie, it's probably when rather than if he's going to make it through.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that was kind of what we were saying at the beginning of proceedings. Their tie yesterday between these two, it was a 4-0 win for Charlie Mambi. No real drama, only the 2 chances afforded to Hessing at the outer ring. But I feel Mambi's just really relaxed into it now. He played very well yesterday, but has had a better day today in terms of the stats he's posting. You mentioned
45.
the last outing, that 4-0 win over Aaron Turner, including the big fish.
I didn't have to go for the big fish.
108.
No, but I think it's just a testament to how comfortable he's feeling, how good he's feeling. And it was nice to see that big smile on his face, even though he did hit it against my husband.
46.
Yeah, well, certainly a head-in-hands moment in the commentary box. But Charlie Mambi has forced the rest of the opposition to put their hands up and surrender to him for most part of this
54.
group.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about putting your hands up. That seems to be the MO of Lloyd Walker when he gets 2 treble 20s, or at least an arm up.
134. Charlie require 167.
Putting his arm in the air like he don't care.
$115.
Yeah, bringing the ball into use to leave himself on a 2-dart single to double
46.
combination.
Charlie require 52.
Double 16.
20.
Not to be this time, but he's got plenty of time on his side because Rick Hessing hasn't really made any kind of inroads in this opening leg.
60. Charlie require 32.
He's had the luxury of time. And he comfortably takes out leg 1, does Charlie Mambi.
Second leg, it's Rick to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, not exactly fireworks. 17-dart opening holder throw, but absolutely no
45.
issues whatsoever for Charlie Mambi at the moment.
Well, on the day of the Cheltenham Gold Cup, it's the Gallop de Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The winner tomorrow night will pick up a cheque for £5,000 and will then look to make their way through to Champions Week, where further £25,000 is on the line for the winner. Darius Labanauskas, the defending champion of the competition. Now, we haven't actually seen Darius defend his title yet. We will see him, I'm sure, in due course in the next few weeks. And for a player like Charlie Mambi, he'll probably look at the field at Champions League. He'll probably look at the pattern of play in this series so far and think, but why can't I do what the likes of Alex Small, Jensen Walker, Sam Spivey, Scott Campbell have done prior in this series?
Yeah, it definitely feels like a very open Champions Week so far.
93.
It'll be
Charlie
interesting to
require
see
136.
who will add their name to that list.
96.
Well, tops left after 12. He's obliterating Rick Hessing in the scoring stakes in this match.
45. Charlie require 40.
Yeah, at least 6 from here for Charlie Mambi. Has to switch down to double 10.
30.
We'll need all 6.
$95. Charlie required
Hessing's left
10.
himself on something suitable if Mambi cannot convert.
No score.
And he's going to get a poke here.
Ricky require 80.
Single 20 for tops for one apiece. And that's
On the second
well
leg.
taken
Rick
opportunity
Hessing.
there from Rick Hessing.
One chance, one hit. And we saw, didn't we, in Rick's
Third
previous
leg,
match
it's
against
Charlie
Lloyd
to the
Walker,
first.
a multitude of missed doubles from his opponent, which eventually he was able to pounce upon.
140.
9 darts missed for Mambi in this contest thus far at a double.
100.
We
57.
often talk about just having that, trying to find that last double to win a match, but also for Charlie Mambi, it's having that last win to
85.
secure a definitive spot in tomorrow night's finals as well.
You just want to get it done, don't you, with minimum of fuss. You can get it done here and now. You
65.
would then not need to sweat in the final round of matches. Because the problem is, even if he's still in a very comfortable position at the final round, A, he
100.
plays Anthony Allen, and B, you just don't want that unnecessary pressure on your shoulders.
60.
And Rick Hessing is beginning to really grow into this contest.
100.
Yeah, on the Charlie Mambi throw, it's Rick Hessing down to a finish first, and it's an attainable one for him, 116.
95. Ricky require 100.
He needs one treble to leave himself a dart at the double. Well, maybe two now. So,
52.
Hessing
Charlie
leaving himself at 64. Mambi
84.
coming back for 84 to lead this game 2-1. The bull
59.
cannot be notched this time for
Ricky
Mambi.
require 64.
Single 16. And can only find the 7, dragged it down.
32. Charlie require
How
25.
big a chance was that there for Rick Hessing? And how will he be punished? Because it's 8-8 now for Charlie Mambi, and
Edge
punished
on the
he is.
third leg. Charlie Mambi.
Right in the wrong, atoning for the error of the previous leg. Mambi moves 2-1 in front in
Fourth
this
leg,
contest.
it's Rick to throw first. Game on. $95.
But I do agree. I think Rick Hessing really has kind of grown as the
100.
week has gone on.
We say it so many times, don't we, about debutants, particularly those that have qualified from an
95.
ADC region, whether it be the UK, Europe, etc. That we don't quite know what we're going to get from a base level with some of them going into the week, but all we can ask is, as the week comes to a close,
6.
can we see improvements? And that's probably the best way of describing as to whether they've ascertained success. And I think in the case of Rick Hessing, perhaps more pertinently, that as the week's gone along, I think we've seen a slight
81.
improvement, and that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an invaluable experience. And
95. $100.
And so on, in terms of Rick, he's got all these games that he can look back on, can't he? He can watch the matches back. He can see what went right, what went wrong.
140.
But Charlie Mambi has
Ricky
been
require
streaked in front of the field,
130.
averaging in excess of 95 over the course of the day so far. And nobody else really has had an answer
78.
for his
Charlie
excellence.
require 106.
yeah,
Eggs
well
on the
taken.
fourth
106
leg.
there for Charlie
Charlie
Mambi. Just had that slight hiccup early on in the match, but he's
Fifth leg, it's
as you said,
Charlie to throw first.
rewritten those wrongs.
Game on.
And despite the fact that he's still 10 points off his daily average, he's once again looking rather comfortable and now galloping towards that finish line, that spot
140.
in tomorrow's finals.
He's playing like a favourite for the week.
100.
He really is playing that type of darts at this present moment in time. And you get the sense, should he make it
58.
free, which at this point now looks as if it's job done. One leg away from qualifying through. He's going to take some shifting on Saturday. Of that, there's no doubt. Neil Duff will be hoping experience comes to the fore. Derek Coulson had a good start last night. But he don't look like he's going to be phased by any challenge whatsoever.
No, and that's the thing. Rick Hessing desperately trying
137.
to keep in this match. Doesn't leave him a finish. But
$89.
yeah, and again, good board management there by Charlie Mambi. Single would have left him on a finish as well.
60. Charlie require 131.
So for the match and for place in tomorrow night's final, he's not going to do it with a ton topper.
95.
And for Rick Hessing, his game pretty much relies on him taking out the 120.
Couldn't quite lift it over the top. So Charlie Mambi back for the match.
36.
It's double 18. It's Saturday night for Charlie Mambi.
Charlie Mambi.
He had a big reputation coming into this week on the back of his exploits on the development tour, and he has lived up to that hype over the last couple of days. By far the best performer in this group, and he has duly sealed his place through to Saturday night's final, dropping just one game up to press, and he really has impressed. That the turn of the tape, average in excess of 86, 4 from 15 on the doubles, and we can put the name of Charlie Mambi next to Neil Duff in the Saturday night bowl. Next up, Lloyd Walker up against Anthony Allen. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and they're off in Game 11 of the session as Lloyd Walker takes on Anthony Allen. Before the break, Charlie Mambi confirmed his place through. First past the finishing post. It turns a qualifying through to Saturday night's final from this group with a 4-1 victory over Rick Hessing. So, Game 11, Walker up against Allen. Two players whose form, I think it's fair to say, has been a little bit patchy over the course of the session.
First.
And I think, if the truth be told, Laura, we really don't quite know what to expect here.
No, absolutely not. We've seen some brilliance from Lloyd Walker. And I don't think it's really been the elements of scoring, but, you know, I'll try not to mention it too much, but Lloyd Walker in that last match, just so many darts missed at the outer ring. A real opportunity came and gone for him.
$57.
Huge game in the race for automatic qualification through to
45.
tomorrow night's finale. Johnny Mambi already there. Anthony Allen ahead of Aaron Turner going into this game on the basis
96.
of legs won. Anthony plays Lloyd now, and then Aaron will take on Andy McDermott in the final game of the fourth round of fixtures. But Anthony, who in his previous game was just struggling a little bit, hobbling around the stage, but it just looks like he's got a new lease of life in the opening stages of this particular contest.
Yeah, for me, and it's whether Lloyd Walker as well, it's kind of got over the disappointment of that defeat in the last match where he lost 4-3 to Rick Hessing. Lost 4-3 to Rick Hessing, but hit 5 maximums in the 7 legs.
$42. Lloyd, you
So
require
Walker
112.
to take out the opening leg. He's not going to get it on this particular occasion. So Allen's going to come back looking at 75 here to get the break and open up a 1-0 advantage.
Yeah, top of the target.
35.
Just goes high,
Lloyd,
so
you require 54.
Walker requires 54. 18s per double 18, and
shot
no
on the first
issues
leg.
there
Lloyd
for
Walker.
Lloyd Walker.
To take a 1-0 lead in this contest.
Second leg, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on.
And for Anthony Allen, if he loses this game, he'll feel like his chances are just continuing to slip away from him.
60.
Yeah, Anthony Allen's remaining fixture is against our table topper Charlie Mambi. Aaron Turner will face Andy McDermott
57.
and Rick Hessing. The final match will be between Andy McDermott and Lloyd Walker. And Lloyd Walker, remember, he is on 6 points currently. A couple of wins for him, and he could join Allen and Turner on 10 points, and it would just be all dependent on how the rest of the results go.
Well, Lloyd Walker needs to win both of his last matches, big. Probably,
140.
realistically, 4-0 there, and he's got to hope for drop points elsewhere. He's then got to hope that Aaron drops points against Andy McDermott. He's got to hope that Charlie Mambi beats Anthony Allen, and then Aaron Turner loses to Rick Hessing. Plenty of permutations.
100.
Yeah, and it's when you get to the business end of these round robin stages, it's just the worst feeling to have to rely on the results of others in order to secure your place.
But Walker here, 6 starts to get the break. Doesn't need one in this match, but it gives him a bit of a cushion if he can.
100. Lloyd, you require
Good last there
104.
by Anthony Allen, but 104 required for Walker.
Game shot on the second
Yeah, and that's
leg.
found and
Lloyd
not found for the first time for Lloyd Walker in today's proceedings. Second 104 for him.
Third leg, it's Lloyd
That
to
was
throw
beautiful,
first.
wasn't it, from Lloyd Walker?
Game
His
on.
second 104 check of the day. His third all told in the ton plus category.
$81.
Lloyd Walker must be thinking to himself, why couldn't I be this efficient on the outer ring in that earlier match against Hessing? Starts is the way it goes.
It's been the way of his week. Just when he feels like something's falling his way, something else happens that then bodges his chances. It's been a very strange group. It's been a dominant group for Charlie Mambi. He's been the best player and deservedly gets his accolade of Saturday night darts. But for the rest of it, it's been difficult to make heads and tails of it at times.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
this is going to start getting really frustrating for Anthony Allen. Just finding himself that one throw behind, even when he's got the advantage of going first. And Walker's really, really exposed that.
So Walker, 6 darts on 160 for 3-0 lead in this match.
63.
Yeah, that wayward last start. I mean, even if he hit the 20, would have left him not on a finish, but
97.
tidies it up there to leave 80 if he gets a chance to return.
57. Anthony, you require 80.
May just be 1 dart, but 1 dart may well be all he needs. Well, in fact, he's going to get the bonus of 2 at double 10. Pins it first dart, back into the contest, 2-1, and the match returns to throw.
4th flag, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on. $43.
Yeah, awkward first 2, force the switch and not well executed by Anthony Allen.
90.
Anthony, who's a big supporter of Coventry City, doing very well under the stewardship of Frank Lampard. And he's hoping to do what his football team are doing in the EFL Championship this season. That is to make a big push towards the line at the end of a campaign. Coventry looking to push and pro towards the Championship playoffs this year. Anthony Allen looking for a late push towards P2 and a place into Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and a Saturday night appearance for the first time in 4 visits here to the South Coast.
90.
Walker once again just bringing in that treble 17 into play. Anthony Allen did the hard work,
81.
managed to get himself back on an even kill, but Lloyd Walker in a brilliant position once again to find a break.
62.
That probably sums up the inconsistencies of Lloyd Walker that visit.
Yeah, and it's just that kind of last dart that we mentioned
45.
previously.
Lloyd, you require 119.
But that visit from Anthony Allen affords at least 6 from here for Lloyd Walker, and he's going to need a return to the Oki.
55.
We'll come back, look at it 64 to open up a 3-1 lead in the contest.
40. Lloyd, you require 64.
Another single 16 for double 16.
32.
That's the first miss and a double for Lloyd Walker.
But it's not going to be a costly miss, not just yet anyway. But if he misses 3 more, he could be in a bit of trouble.
139.
Anthony Allen has left
Lloyd, you
himself
require 32.
on the same target as Lloyd Walker. Is he going to get a look in? No is the answer. Walker breaks again. He leads 3-1. Has the darts now to complete a 4-1 victory. And it would put the ball in the court of Aaron Turner. It would be, some may say, his to lose, dare I say it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But that's the best place to be in. You know, if you're in control of your own fate, then that's what you want.
85.
He'd play Andy McDermott. And then Charlie Mambi could actually, potentially, be the man to send down
45.
through if Walker wins this game, Aaron wins the next, and Charlie wins the last, then Aaron will cross the finishing post.
58.
Yeah, switching.
96.
Does search out one of those elusive treble 20s. And I think this is a game where Anthony Allen will look back and be quite frustrated. You look at the tail end of that last leg, best score from him, the 139 comes right at the end, and it's just that little bit too late.
100. 54.
Well, leaves him on the big fish. We have seen that. No surprise to say that it did come via Charlie Mambi.
140. Lloyd, you require
Can Lightning strike
170.
twice? And if so, it'll be Lightning that would get it on this occasion. But he's unable to take it out, and he's made a bit of a meal of the
28.
set-up
Anthony
turn as
require
well. And so
120.
Allen will feel like he's the favourite for the leg now.
Six.
Felt like a couple
Lloyd,
of
you
safe
require
darts there because of the
142.
position Lloyd Walker finds himself in. But he could win the game here. He could win it in style. But the double 11 just goes a begging.
Anthony, you require 60.
So tops for 3-2 for a breaker throw once again. He's in double 5. So double 15. Just checking with Jack Garwood.
Game shot on the fifth
Good
leg.
adjustment, and the
Anthony
game
Allen.
goes on.
You could see by his reaction there that maybe, just maybe, he
Sixth
felt like he
flag,
got
it's
away with one
Anthony to
because
throw
Lloyd Walker had
first.
that dart on the back of the 142 he couldn't
Game on.
take. Still in it.
Yeah, well, you survive that scare as a player, and then nice 20, leaves a really big open bed and manages to
100.
go double 5, double 15. Sometimes things do start to go your way.
A new superstitious look will feel like because that went your way,
56.
despite the error of the previous dart, that you're going to win the lottery next week.
That's absolutely true. Never has happened, but we still believe it.
97.
You one of those superstitious people that have to have the same numbers every week?
Yeah, since
97.
its inception, there are numbers that we've picked. The 1 week you don't do it, isn't it? Is how they get you.
1994, the
60.
first national lottery draw took place live on BBC television.
Okay, so maybe not since its inception, but since I was old enough to do it. They're actually Aaron's numbers, they're not mine.
100. $85.
I will say, Anthony Allen, one element of his game that he can work on, board management. There's been a few times in the match and
58.
throughout the couple of days that just hasn't quite managed and left himself on bogey numbers.
And nobody likes bogeys.
59.
Has left himself on a ton. What can Walker make of the setup play here?
50. Anthony, you require 100.
To take us all the way. It's another game that Lloyd Walker had a vice-like grip of, and he may be able, or may see it slip, shall I say.
45.
But again, it's another loose dart.
Lloyd, you
And
require 140.
think that little injury we were talking about may be beginning to come back into play again for Anthony Allen. He's going to come back to take us all the
53.
way,
Anthony,
but
you
not
require
feeling 100% up there.
Yeah, tops for 3 apiece.
Yeah,
Tops is
John, the
pinned,
sixth
and we
flag.
go all
Anthony
the way.
Allen.
You can see the hobble.
7th and final leg. It's Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
But inside, he would hop, skip and jump if he won this particular match.
Yeah, perhaps not ideal to do it in person because he's still got another match to go.
59.
Yeah, don't do what Dirk van Dijvenbode did that time and do yourself a mischief during the walk-on.
81.
Yes, not advised. And I think for Lloyd Walker, this will be a bit of a frustration if he doesn't find a win here.
140.
Because it's another match where he's looked very strong, very in control, and just let it slip towards the tail end.
95.
Anthony Allen's last game also went the distance, but Anthony Allen pulled out a 14 dart leg against Andy McDermott to take the victory.
37.
Found his best when it mattered, but you feel like these are two players that are crawling towards the finishing line instead of
41.
sprinting towards it in this contest. Well, both players have had some susceptibility in terms of the mathematics, but Lloyd doing the right thing there, and he's going to
133.
half the score and leave himself on 132.
Yeah, we already know that Champagne Charlie Mambi is into
6.
Saturday's finals, but
Lloyd, you
this is the
require
champagne shot for Lloyd
132.
Walker for the match.
And because his opponent wasn't on the finish, didn't have to go the champagne
36.
way.
I disagree. I think you have to. I think it should be written in. It's my favourite way.
Dart law.
Dart law, yes.
85. Lloyd, you require 96.
Well, 96 for the match. Double 18 to finish it off and
shot
finish it
and
off
the
once and
match.
for all.
Lloyd Walker.
Lloyd Walker with a big win against Anthony Allen, but it's an even bigger defeat for the man from Coventry because now he is on the back foot and now the ball goes into the court of Aaron Turner. He plays Andy McDermott after the break. If he can win that one, he'll move on to 12 points and it would mean that victory for Charlie Mambi in Game 13 would secure his passage through to Saturday night's final. Dramatic times here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the
yes,
job
it.
done.
Got it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Resplendent on this Friday afternoon. It's Super Series action in Group C. We already know the place through of Charlie Mambi to Saturday night's final. The quest now is to see who is going to join him. Next up for us, Aaron Turner takes on Andy McDermott. And Aaron Turner will be buoyed by the result from before the break, where Anthony Allen lost out in a last leg decider to Lloyd Walker by 4-3. So game 12, the meeting between McDermott and Turner. And if Aaron can win this game, he finds himself on the hill.
Leg, it's Aaron to throw first.
And it would then mean that defeat from Anthony Allen to Charlie Mambi would confirm his place through to Saturday night's final. And I can imagine that it would be an achievement if Aaron could make it through. Would be a very proud one for the family, you'd imagine, wouldn't you, Laura Turner?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, no, it'd be great if it would be good for my nerves if, he could kind of play to form and find victories over, in his next two matches. But Andy McDermott, he's shown signs that, he's got those levels. It just hasn't quite gone his way to date.
Always a pensive afternoon.
60.
Friday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And there is something special about a Group C campaign.
45.
10 games, 2 sessions. There just feels like there's jeopardy lurking over every corner.
Yes, absolutely. It's often a question
60.
you get asked when your partner plays darts and you play yourself. What's worse, playing or watching? I can tell you 100% watching is worse, but trying to commentate on it at the same time is a whole new experience
99.
for me.
And you got to deal with me and all.
Well, I've kind of got used to that.
100.
And I think anyone that watches someone play any kind of competitive sport, the hard work that everyone puts in behind the scenes to rise up the rankings, to climb those levels. So you always just want your partner or your family member or your friend to do as well as possible.
And that's the hardest bit because you physically know what it's like to be in the other person's situation. So
100.
it can sometimes make it a bit more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I don't just get it from Aaron playing. I've got the kids. One plays football, the other plays darts.
140. Aaron, you require 151.
And of course, if Aaron wins this week, he can equal up the tally of wins with the family because Mike Gillett's got one as well.
60.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you require
It's still
132.
one thing at a time. It's still all to play for this second spot into finals week. And the 132 won't go for Andy McDermott.
82. Aaron, you require 91.
So 91 for Aaron Turner. He's going to leave him a dart at double 16.
59.
It doesn't go. McDermott
Andy
comes back,
require
and it's a
50.
break chance for the 50.
Tops for 1-0 and a break, a throw for Andy McDermott.
40.
Just inside,
Aaron,
so a
you
reprieve
require
here for
32.
Aaron.
Double 16.
Gates
Goes
on the
second
first
time.
leg. Aaron
Turner one up.
Second leg. It's Andy to throw first.
Now, I could
Game on.
totally understand that this could just be me, but this feels edgy.
59.
Don't know what you mean. I've got my feet up in the commentary box with a nice cup of coffee and just enjoying a Friday afternoon of darts.
$55.
Yeah, what Aaron can't afford to do is just let himself get too frustrated. He knows that there's a lot on the line.
36.
And as much as as I've always stood by this, as much as you want your own fate in your own hands, it's also very painful if you're the one that kind of lets it slide as well.
100.
And for Andy McDermott, he can relish his role as spoiler.
140.
He's not going to make it through. He's not going to finish above 5th place in the table. But what he can do is ruin the chances of Aaron Turner here. The same thing that Mick Hessing can actually do in the final game as well. That's the way the fixtures have panned out for Aaron. It's the bottom 2 in the last 2.
134.
McDermott putting the challenge up here to Aaron.
Yeah, 2 solid visits there by Andy McDermott. 140 backed up with a 134. Aaron desperately seeking out a second treble. And that ensures that if he returns, he's got 146. He's on a finish.
So Rodders isn't going to take out the 132. What can Turner make of the 146? It would double his advantage.
You require 146.
And it would put him in such a good position. Another. Double 16.
114.
Not too far away.
Andy, you require 105.
No, 105 here required. Down for treble 15. Pulls it into the treble 2. So
65.
Aaron back for double 16 for a 2-0 lead and a break.
No mistake. 2-0 Turner. He's in control. He's in cruise control.
Yeah,
Third leg. It's Aaron to throw first.
a better leg there as well for Aaron. Leg 1 in 16 darts. Almost 15. Just missed out on the 146. Feels like a very deliberate
140.
throw and a frustration there from Aaron. I think he felt that last one was going in.
$41. $108.
Well, the first max of the match goes Aaron Turner's way.
Yeah, and I don't know why he's shaking his head in the background because he's kicked off this third leg. 140, 180. He's back in again.
80.
Well, he's got space and time in this leg. Didn't want the bounce out, but it doesn't look like it's going to be something that's going to cost him dearly.
Aaron, you require 101.
As much time as he wants from the 101. May take it out in 3. He will take it out in 3.
Third leg, Aaron Turner.
The 101 goes. Aaron Turner's 3-0 to the good. How you feeling, Laura Turner? How you feeling?
Oh, no, this is a good performance. That was a solid leg from Aaron. That's a 12-dart holder throw. Puts him in a great position, but it's not done yet. It's not done yet. Honestly, if you cut to me again, I might be hiding under the table.
That was very, very naughty from our production team.
Yeah, it'll be just when you get very engrossed in a game. It's right. I remember what I'm here for. I'm here to talk about it. But after that tentative start, I think just securing that second leg for Aaron, then kicking off with a tweet and finding that 12 dart at
140.
Just show him a bit more of what he's been doing away from the Modus Super Series. This is possibly his best performance.
Don't worry, Laura. They stitch me up all the time. 6 darts from here for Aaron Turner to wrap this up 4-0 and to put himself on the cusp, averaging here just under 94.
100.
Well, Andy McDermott looking to apply scoreboard pressure. But it looks like pressure that's not going to come.
82.
So here we go then.
Aaron, you require
121 for Aaron
121.
Turner to potentially put himself on the cusp.
Yeah, treble 20. Now just looking to set up. Knows he'll be back because Andy McDermott
105.
left himself on a bogey number 162. Turner requiring 16 when he returns.
Potentially a big moment for Aaron Turner.
43. Aaron, you require 16.
Perhaps appropriate. You call it in, Laura.
That means we've got a look. Okay. Double 4 moving across the board. Double 4
Get
is
your
pinned and Aaron
undermatch,
Turner secures a
Aaron Turner.
4-0 victory. Puts him on the hill. Andy McDermott, strong start but couldn't keep up. Whereas Turner just raked up the pace and it's a 92.49 average for Aaron Turner. Puts him on 12 points in second place behind Charlie Mambi. But 4 from 8 on the outer ring, including that 101 finish. Just enough to put Turner on the edge. Coming up next, Anthony Allen will take on the table topper Charlie Mambi.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is getting very dramatic here in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. One or two hearts are skipping a beat for certain here on the South Coast. This is the state of play then in terms of the table. Charlie Mambi, well, he is safely through. He's the winner of the group, 16 points. That's enough. He's done and dusted in that particular department. But it could all be over by the end of this game, because if Charlie Mambi can win this match, Anthony Allen will be out, and a certain Aaron Turner would be into the Saturday night finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Charlie Mambi has got just the one game over the course of this Group C campaign. He could sail through with 18 points to his name. And if he can win one more game against Anthony Allen, for whom it's been a very in and out day, and he'll feel like he was given a great opportunity, starting on 8 points overnight. But he could finish today with just one win to his name, and potentially actually could be leapfrogged to 4th position if Lloyd Walker wins his last match against Andy McDermott.
100.
Yeah, just getting my breath back. I've already had messages from home. The kids are watching. Hi, Neve. Hi, Isla. Yeah, it's definitely a family affair when it comes to us and darts, but still not done yet.
140.
Still some work to do.
47.
For Charlie Mambi, he's got the most relaxed pulse in the room. Seemingly he's had the most relaxed pulse since the very first dart's been thrown in this group. But we've seen a little bit more of his character today. He's been having a bit of an engagement with Lloyd Walker on the stage. But that was kind of when things were a little bit more fun. When it's mattered, he has made sure that he's got the job done, and he's got the job done seriously.
Bit of a drop dart. Just has to set up again. Finds 57. Backs it up with a second.
121.
And I think there's been chances for Anthony Allen. I think he'll look back, especially at that last game, losing 4-3 to Lloyd Walker.
140.
But looks like he is still hobbling around up on that stage. It's obviously something not quite right, not comfortable.
100.
I don't think there's any air of discomfort about Charlie Mambi. Double 4 left after just 12 darts against the throw in the opening leg.
98. Charlie, you require
a chance to go out in 13. Double 2. It's 14 darts in the end, but it is an early breaker throw for Charlie Mambi.
Well, certainly being played in a good spirit.
To the row first. Game on.
I think Charlie Mambi's made a lot of friends this week. Anthony Allen has friends everywhere he goes. Very popular player on the
44.
WDF tour.
$99.
Yeah, and I think for Anthony Allen, I think more than anything, it's been some poor scores that have come in at the wrong time for him, and just that level of consistency that saw him lift the title over in Slovakia, for example, just hasn't quite all come together.
Still wasn't enough to qualify for the Lakeside, though, last year. Lost to Ryan Hogarth in the qualifiers for that.
140.
Yeah, but it's Mambi once again with the initiative.
45.
And I quite like it from when you were speaking to Charlie Mambi earlier on.
137.
His goal is just to go out there and win absolutely every game. And I know that, that is the same for everyone. But some players, for whatever reason, they kind of switch off when they know that it's job done, when they know they're through. There is no sign of this for Charlie Mambi at the moment, who's staring down a potential 13 once again.
He's been given an opportunity and he's running with it. Double 10.
30.
And he did actually say, prior to a dart being thrown today, when we spoke to him in an interview, that he's had to make a sacrifice to be, and the fact that he's not playing the Challenge Tour this weekend, and if he won one of them events, you don't quite know what that would have done for his season. So he's made a decision to come here this week, and I think he'll be very happy that he's made the decision to say yes to the invite, because he's 2-0 up, averaging a ton. Dare I say it, Laura? Aaron Turner's halfway there.
Third leg. It's Anthony to the row first.
Yeah, halfway there. Yeah, but Charlie Mambi, I will say at the moment, he's, first 2 legs done in 30 darts, a 14 backed up by a 16.
82.
Regardless of who goes through with Charlie, Charlie is definitely going to be one to watch when it comes to finals night.
140.
He's punching in numbers that nobody else has been able to ascertain.
45.
Coulson put in some good performances last night. In fact, he averaged in excess of 90 in every single game. But the A-grade game has been all about this man so far this week.
57.
But don't discount Neil Duff, because I'm sure that he's probably watching this somewhere, and he will be hoping that both of us will be writing him off, that everybody will be writing him off, because that then means he's got an opportunity to free roll and say, I've told you so. But Neil, we know you too well by now, pal. We know that you're a perennial contender for tomorrow night.
96.
It'll be an interesting mix of players' experience and that of debutants.
I fully expect a text message in the next 5 minutes from Neil.
41.
You know he's always watching.
Nothing yet? No?
84.
No, not yet. Maybe takes him a while to type these days on the WhatsApp.
These days. He's going to love that.
Yeah, I'm in big trouble.
133.
Oh, a
Charlie
good visit there by
Maguire,
Anthony Allen. Leaves himself a
124.
ton after 15, but Charlie Mambi here with a 124. Treble 18, the target won't go. So,
56.
chance for a hold, a throw
Anthony
here for Allen.
100.
You get the sense it's a chance he's going to have to take. But he's going to have to recover here. Treble 19, double 19. Not to be. Mambi back for 68. Back for 3-0. The double break would have put
29.
him in a leg of victory
Charlie
and Aaron
requires
Turner to have been a leg
68.
of progression.
Single 16, the target for double 16.
52. Anthony requires 71.
May just be a dart at the end of this. He's going to get the bonus of 2 at double 16. Double 8.
63.
Doesn't go, and so Mambi's
Charlie
got 3.
requires 16.
3 at double 8 for 3-0.
Yeah, doesn't like the lie. Finds it awkward. Slides across the oche. Yeah, that's a well-thrown dart. Considering that was quite a blocker, just finds a way over the top, and that's where you know you're playing well to throw with that kind of pinpoint precision when there is some obstacle in the way.
A full-on figure on the face of Anthony Allen. Maybe he feels like his race is run.
6.
Charlie Mambi 3-0 up. Streets clear in terms of the averages. Streets clear in terms of the scoreline. And streets clear in terms of topping the group.
140.
There is a potential that he could top this group by 6 points, depending on the result of this one and the result of the next match.
125.
Yeah, and if this does go the way of Charlie and is Anthony Allen that perhaps misses out on a place in finals, it's disappointing for him because he's been here all week and he's shown signs of exactly what he can do. It just hasn't happened often enough.
Back-to-back 140 to start this leg. And you know how a dart player minds works. Why is it now, when my back's against the wall, do I begin to produce? But Charlie Mambi's been producing the goods from first start to last. He's 136 points away from winning this match, sending Anthony Allen packing
81.
and sending Aaron Turner into Saturday night.
If that is going to happen, he's going to have to wait. Anthony Allen will return for the 140.
100. Anthony require 140.
Hang on to your hats. It's not going to go. Charlie Mambi, double 18.
100.
And for Aaron Turner, this is to
Charlie
go through.
require 36.
Lloyd Turner can't look.
Game shot.
Charlie
and the
Mambi
match.
can't miss.
Charlie Mambi.
And as a result, Aaron Turner is through to tomorrow night's final. A big puff of the cheeks from Laura Turner sat next to me here in the commentary box. Aaron's done his job. Charlie Mambi did his job and he did it superbly well. I'm going to head downstairs and have a chat with Charlie Mambi in a couple of moments' time. He's beaten Anthony Allen by 4 legs to 0. A decimation from Champagne Charlie. Coming up next, it's Rick Hessing up against Aaron Turner. you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and there you can see the results so far. It has been a perfect day for Charlie Mambi, just beating Anthony Allen in the last match 4-0. By way of doing that, also takes through Aaron Turner, who has won 3 of his fixtures today. There you see the table. 18 points for Charlie Mambi at the top, Aaron Turner with 12, and that last loss for Anthony Allen leaves him on 10 points, with Lloyd Walker 8, Andy McDermott 4, as is Rick Hessing. Well, we can head over to Henry, who is with our table topper, Charlie Mambi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Laura. Charlie, many congratulations. 5 wins from 5 today. Did that feel a little bit better than yesterday?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, I won one more than yesterday, so yeah, I think it were a bit better than yesterday. The consistency is getting there, so hopefully I can take that into tomorrow.
Is that perhaps the pleasing fact of the day, that maybe you found a little bit more consistent? Because you saw some really good performances from you yesterday, but it felt like maybe a bit more of a streamlined level today.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at today, how I'm playing. So I'm happy with that. It were a lot more consistent than yesterday. So yeah, really happy with that.
Did you feel a lot more settled on the stage as well, having had the first day?
Yeah, I think so. I think got used to the stage yesterday and I really enjoyed it. So I think today just really settled me down and yeah, no nerves at all, just cracked on.
We're just seeing the 170. How much did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed that. I didn't have to go for it, but I thought, why not?
Is that a little bit of the showman in you?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Why not? Give it a go, see if it goes in, so yeah.
And you had a little bit of fun with Lloyd Walker, didn't you, on the stage? You had that exchange of the 180s with the arm in the air.
Yeah, we were only on about that earlier today. He says, I'm going to have to do it because my mates have been pestering me. And then he did it and missed. So I thought, well, I'm going to have to do it now as soon as my first two went in treble.
So into tomorrow night's final then. Do you begin to dare? Do you know how much is going to change now, of course, having the crowd in on Saturday night?
I don't think it'll affect much. Well, hopefully not anyway. But like I said, got used to it now. So hopefully the same again tomorrow.
Great watching this week. Many congratulations. Thank you so much, Charlie. A couple more games to go for us, kicking off with Aaron Turner up against Rick Hessing. And I'm going to go up and join Laura Turner up at the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you very much. And there is the other player through to finals night, Aaron Turner. Yeah, and I think we are all very pleased for him. Disappointment, obviously, for Anthony Allen, who was just pipped at the end there. But it's Aaron Turner who will join Charlie Mambi and Neil Duff in finals night. Well, one game left for him to go, and that's against Rick Hessing. Rick Hessing, for me, much better day in terms of performances. Picked up a couple of wins, acted as that little bit of a spoiler earlier on when he took Anthony Allen 4-1. That'll be interesting to see. There was a lot of focus from Aaron in the last match. Had the best average of the day, a 92.49 against McDermott to win 4-0 to put himself in contention for finals night. But Rick Hessing, as I say, he's been getting better as the week has gone on. And I'm sure for him, he'd like to finish on a high.
$82.
Yeah, good switch with the last there. When these two played yesterday, did go the way of Aaron, winning 4-0 with just under an 85 average. But I will say from experience, when you know that you've qualified, yeah, it's just it's one of feeling you can kind of lose just a little bit of focus, a little bit of concentration, because the ultimate goal is to make it through to Saturday.
57.
Yeah, this here, the penultimate game of the session. One more game left between Andy McDermott and Lloyd Walker.
135. $79.
220 for Hessing. Turner now looking for at least one treble, trying to leave himself on a finish. And there's one.
95.
That was a two treble visit, not the one he was looking for, but we'll be back for 148.
$60. Aaron, you require 148. $55. Rick, you require 160.
Well, this 160 here would be biggest finish for Rick Hessing of the week if he can find it. Just drags into the one, so turn it back for 93.
40. Aaron, you require 93.
Treble 19 found, and double 18 has been kind to Aaron throughout today. It's a good marker. Just
75.
inside, so Hessing
Rick, you
now
require 120.
a chance for a hold. There's the treble 20, tops now the target.
100.
Fraction away, had to
require
crane his neck
18.
round to see if it was actually in. Must have felt good.
No score. Rick, you require 20.
Yeah, just
Game shot,
moves
no
along the
first
oche,
leg.
but does
Rick
so
Hessing.
well, and it's 1-0 to Rick Hessing.
Second leg. It's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and probably a leg that Aaron will look back and think should have really won that one, but no real damage done in terms of the fact that he has now got the darts. Just needs to make the most of this one.
85.
I'm pleased to say that Henry has now hot-footed it back from interviewing our tabletopper Charlie Mambi, and he is back in the commentary booth. All good?
Yeah.
Have you got your Fitbit on? Have you
It's the steps that it kills you every single time, doesn't it?
125.
Well, I was waiting outside the back door because I didn't want to come into the commentary booth all unannounced before the end of the first leg.
That's very polite of you.
45.
Plus, I thought you probably had enough of me for one session, so maybe you could do with a bit of peace and quiet for a couple of minutes.
Oh no, it's all good. It is now. I can relax again.
Yeah, you were on
26.
tenterhooks, weren't you, towards the end of that previous match? But we now know it's going to be Mambi from Turner in this Group C. Neil Duff
6.
qualified through Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Derek Coulson pretty much looks as if he's going to be there. Just needs one victory tonight to wrap up his progress through to Saturday evening's finale. Connor Whitehead, Martin Turner, both in decent positions themselves, and it's down to John Worsley and Kevin Edwards to try and up the levels and up the ante when Group B comes to a close later on tonight from 10 o'clock. So Turner 130 to level up on one apiece. He's got 6 starts from here.
45.
Yeah, he was quite in control of the opening leg and just fluffed his lines towards the end when trying to find the setup.
38. Aaron, you require 85.
Turner 85. Looking at double top to level up. 2 10s.
65.
Not all square yet.
No, and again, does have that luxury of time, but we've seen so many times. I mean, I think I've said that so many times today that it does run out.
46.
Well, there has been a lot of
Aaron,
dominant
you
legs today.
require
There's been a lot of legs where one player is just street clear of the other.
Game shot
And
on
as a
the
result,
second
that
leg.
urgency
Aaron
sometimes
Turner.
isn't quite there, which is why we can see a couple of misses at the double. But Aaron Turner levels up at one apiece
Third
by
leg
finding
is
that
Rick
double
to
10.
throw
First time
first.
of asking
Game on.
with his 7th visit to the board.
100. 95. 100.
Steady stuff so far from Hessing. Back-to-back tons. Then those are the darts where it should just be able to lift over the top.
45. 100.
2 in.
125.
Disappointed with the third.
That's a Rick. He's got 6 on 2 and 1 to
55.
make a further indent into this contest. Leave himself on 146. But how handily can Aaron Turner leave it here?
$60.
Yeah, just couldn't
Ricky
find the right angle.
require
Trying to
146.
force in a treble 20. Has to settle for a score of just 60. And Hessing now looking at 146. Well, I'm not sure that's the intended target, but 57 scored.
64.
It's kind of a case of all's well but ends well. As you mentioned, it probably wasn't where Rick Hessing was looking at, but he'll take the extra 19 points in any which case. He might be opening up a 2-1 lead if he could take out the 82, but
Ricky
this
require
time Turner hot on
82.
his tail.
17 leaves tops. Does make sure of the single.
62.
Can't find the tops.
Aaron, you require 76.
And so 2 darts at double 8 for the break. And for 2-1.
60.
Not to be this
Ricky
time. Hessing will
required
return
20.
for double 10 to re-establish the lead.
Similar to the first leg that Rick took.
No
This
score.
time, different outcome.
Aaron, you require 16.
2 8s. Now 2 4s. The misses begin to rack up.
Game shot on the
But
third
found
leg.
with the second
Aaron
dart
Turner.
there, and a 1-0 deficit's turned into a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg. It's Aaron to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to let you into a little secret here, Laura.
Oh, God. What now? Go on, then. What?
I had a chat with Charlie. Well, obviously you saw that, it was live on the telly.
30.
But prior to going live with the interview, I said to Charlie, you've made Laura very happy because you meant that Aaron doesn't have to go for the hard work there. He said,
60.
"Oh, why is that? Because you sent him through." "Oh, did I?" In his thick Yorkshire accent.
But that's the thing. Players are just focused
60.
on their job, what they have to do. It's the right way to be.
$59. $100.
Yeah, and the game, does neither of the players really
60.
kind of firing on all cylinders. But arguably, that game that Aaron played in the last one against Andy McDermott, he was quite slow to start. I know we got the 2-0 lead, but then it kind of ran away with it after that.
85.
You get the sense this is one of those games where both players know exactly where they're heading. They both know that not really too much more is going to happen to their campaign. And as hard as they're trying, the adrenaline has just been
109.
eked out the system. And so you're kind of going through the motions somewhat.
Yeah, and you can't manufacture that feeling, that kind of chemical adrenaline that
97.
you can't make it up. So it is sometimes hard. Some games, and that goes for all dart players and probably all sports people. Some games just feel a bit harder than others.
139. Aaron, you require 129.
It's the bullseye.
104.
It's not there. Hessing will return.
Rick,
Looking
you
at
require
74
74.
to square this contest up at 2 apiece.
Tops the target once again, and
Game
this time
shot on the
Tops is
fourth leg.
pinned, and
Rick
it's
Hessing.
2 apiece.
For Rick, if he can win this game,
Fifth leg. It's Rick
you
to
move on
throw
to 6
first.
points.
Game on.
He'd move off the bottom of the table. And if Lloyd Walker beats Andy McDermott, he'd guarantee to finish 5th. And McDermott would be bottom of both the groups that he's played in this week.
41.
Obviously, do have the opportunity, and we've got a couple of dead rubbers toward the end of the
85.
day. Do want to extend our congratulations to Dragutin Horvat for picking up the Challenge Tour title today. He beat Ted Evitts by 5 legs to 4. In fact, Ted Evitts, I think he led 4-2 in that final before letting that one slip. Horvat beat Graham Usher 5-3 in the semi-finals. We're going to see him next week. Ted Evitts beat Trevor Burkill by 5 legs to 0 in the semis. Runs to the
41.
quarterfinals for Super Series regulars such as Tom Sykes and a former Champions Week participant in Ron Moulenkamp. Far from a smelly one for him in that particular competition.
60.
And they're in the middle of the second competition today in Hildesheim, Germany.
100.
Which including a decent one for Jeffrey Desvine. It still feels weird that he's playing on the Challenge Tour this year.
Yeah, sometimes there are players that drop down into the Challenge Tour that you just have to adjust your eyes and think, really?
140.
He is definitely one of them. But this is good for Rick Hessing on throat. Down to 160. Aaron back on 275.
140.
Well, players on a finish after
require
12 darts. Hessing's going to get
106.
first poke of the 160. But he's not going to get said 160. And so Turner will return 135 to get the break.
Left of the oche, right of the oche, not quite set up on a decision. And
60. Aaron, you require 135.
60 is the outcome. 135. Ball first. Treble 15 for tops for a 135 finish and a 3-2 lead.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Absolutely excellent from Aaron Turner. Goes within one of the match.
Second big finish of the
Sixth
day.
leg,
The
it's Aaron to the
135
road
joins the
first.
101.
Game on.
And now he has the darts to win. And a finish on 14 points, which for a Group C campaign is a very good total to get. And you know what will happen, Laura? The family bragging rights in a Group C
97.
campaign will unfortunately comprehensively go Aaron's way.
Yeah, that's fine. I can take that. I mean,
45.
I have now, via a Group B campaign, I'll give you that. You know, made it through to finals night. He can have the bragging rights if he wins it. I got to the final.
Just please no dancing, Aaron. Please no
60.
dancing.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of dad dancing. Come on now. Wow. Sorry, you can't see what's happening, but Henry's dancing in the commentary box.
45.
I don't know if that's something you can actually call dancing, Henry.
It's called movement of arms, and that's pretty much about it.
Sorry, sometimes I
86.
forget that, you know, people obviously can't see what you're doing.
Back to the darts.
57. $85.
Yeah, frustration there for Aaron. Straight 20 would have left him on a finish, but no real major panic yet. Rick Hessing trying to seek down a couple of treble 20s.
58.
So 6 darts here for Aaron Turner to wrap this match up. For Rick Hessing, a first appearance here at the Super
85.
Series. I'm sure he's going to learn a lot from his participation here over the last 5 days, but it looks set now to come to an end.
No, and I hope there's lots of things for Rick as well that he should be able to take away from this. And
44. Aaron, you require 88.
but it's double 14 for the match. Yeah, and it's a bit awkward. Has to move across. Trying to find a route through and just on the
74.
inside. Now, I would hazard a guess. I might be wrong, but Aaron will go straight for it. He's not generally one of those players that kind of chases around and tries to split.
You know exactly what's going to happen now.
He's going to split, yeah.
44.
I mean, he has
Aaron,
got
you
time.
require 14.
Straight for the double 7. I'm glad that happened.
No score.
Probably should have split.
Yeah, and it could potentially be that he does actually on the next attempt, but stubbornness tends to stick in, so
96.
it won't surprise me if it's
Aaron,
straight
you
for double 7
require
once again.
14.
Hessing has left himself on a finish this time. But Aaron
Game
Turner will
shot
finish the
and
job
the
off.
match.
Double 7's
Aaron
found for
Turner.
4-2 win. And he will head through to Saturday night's final with 14 points to his name. For Rick Hessing, his campaign here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth comes to an end. But Aaron Turner, well, he's going to be here tomorrow night. And this is how he did it. 4-2 victory against Rick Hessing. He's going to finish his Group C campaign with 14 points to his name. One final game to go. Andy McDermott takes on Lloyd Walker. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Aaron Turner got the better of Rick Hessing by 4 legs to 2. That means that he's going to finish his campaign on 14 points. Our final match sees Andy McDermott and Lloyd Walker go head-to-head. So, game 15 of 15 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But fear not, we've got 10 more to go tonight. Group B will get underway from 10 p.m. Derek Coulson leads the way. He's in a very, very good position to make it through. 1 win tonight. In fact, he could get it done by the end of the first match because he takes on Kevin Edwards in the opener. Then Conan Whitehead and Martin Turner, both with 4 points to their name respectively. And it's down to John Worsley and Kevin Edwards, the 2 Group A dropouts, to make up the running when we get back underway from 10 p.m. So we're going to finish off the way we started. A meeting between Lloyd Walker and Andy McDermott. Lloyd won this game 4-1 at the beginning of Thursday afternoon session.
85.
And for the pair, they're looking to round off their campaigns with a win.
Yeah, all smiles up on the stage at the moment. It seems like it's been a really good group, played in good spirits, a lot of good sportsmanship
42.
about as well.
Randy, just like we said about Rick Hessing in the previous match, there'll be plenty of tape from this week's experience to his return to the Dorset Jurassic Coast.
40.
Yeah, and perhaps the same for Lloyd Walker, really. I know he has featured here previously before, but we could see the heights that he had and the scoring power when he's got it on point is really good. It's just getting that whole combination kind of in together at the same time. I mean, you could say that for a lot of dart players over the years anyway, but like I say, I just think the experience here, there's so much players can take.
41.
Well, for Lloyd, a first full appearance here, having stepped in a couple of times as a alternate player due to perhaps a dropout some point along the line, or a player having to withdraw due to injury.
45.
One of those mitigating circumstances
93.
that the Super Series have to have, because it's a sport environment at the end of the day, and injuries do get picked up every now and then, and so you need to have the players there to fulfill the quota of matches. Double 18. And that fulfills leg 1 for Andy McDermott.
Yeah, 15 dart opener for McDermott. Looks like he's
second leg. It's Lloyd
trying to finish on a bit of a high.
Finish with a win. And it would mean that he would come off of the bottom spot in the table as well. Rick Hessing would be the winner of the wooden spoon.
95.
My most popular trophy in the cabinet, the wooden spoon.
57.
Ironically, I won the wooden spoon and the egg and spoon once.
How did you get into sport, Henry? No, I'm joking.
96.
No, I think sport is one of those things, isn't it? It just has this wonderful universal appeal that even if you're not able to kind of play at a top level, there's so many levels to enjoy it at. I mean, away from this, I used to always be a keen netball player. I think just life just kind of takes over. Did that for 10 years as an adult.
96.
That's what Lloyd darts is very much in his blood. But I can imagine his blood's been boiling at times with some of the performances put in today, because he's been there or thereabouts, but when push has really come to the shove, he hasn't been able just to take that next step in this group.
Yeah, he was magnificent in his opener. Best performance we've seen from him, 94 average and a 4-1 victory. Nearly backed it up, lost 4-3 to Charlie Mambi, but it was a game he was in control of, and since that it almost was like the turning point where he was just trying to fight 45. To get back into that
91.
top part of the table.
For 2-0. Not to be for McDermott this time, so Walker will come back looking at 48 to square the contest up at what a beat. Double 16.
16. Andy, you require
2 well thrown darts, but not the outcome he was after, and tops now for McDermott to double his lead.
24. Lloyd, you require 32. Game shot
Yeah,
on the
no
second
mistake
leg.
that time
Lloyd
by
Walker.
Lloyd Walker. One apiece.
Well, you could tell
Third
that he was
leg, it's Andy
visibly
to throw
frustrated
first.
as that dart went
Game
in.
on.
And I suppose as well, you can see him geeing himself up, saying, come on, in the background. And the thing is, for Lloyd, and I think particularly in the case of a player like Lloyd Walker, who's come in and stepped in on a couple of occasions, we saw it from Tommy Morris previously in the past.
48.
What you want to do is when you get the full appearance, really do it justice. You almost feel like you have to try a little bit harder because of the way your first bite of the cherry was, because it was an alternate appearance.
134.
You want to earn it through a merit, don't you, really?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I totally understand.
108.
Well, it was a maximum, despite the lack of arm in the air. It is another max for Lloyd Walker.
Particular tally goes up. He had 5 in his game against Rick Casey. Mind you, he also had 31 missed starts at a double in that match.
Yeah, he's had 8 180s overall throughout play
48.
today, but they came in only just 2 matches. It was 3 in his first, and as you mentioned there, 5 in one of his latter games.
Feels like a trend of all or nothing's beginning to emerge.
66.
With Lloyd, who's got 6 starts here from 2-2-5 to get the break and to move himself in front for the first time in
65.
this contest.
Yeah, just trying to work out what his best option is here.
$59. Lloyd, you require 106.
So Walker 160. Perfectly sat for another. Couldn't follow the first dart.
140.
But he's going to leave himself at a
Andy, you
double if
require
McDermott cannot get the
151.
151.
Yeah, which he can't. So chances now for Walker.
59. Lloyd, you require 20.
Right on the wire. Is that almost too close? Can he find a way round? Trying to get a different angle. Use that dart that's in position to just bounce off the barrel.
No
and
score.
yeah, just flies past
Andy, you
it.
require 92.
Well, you can see what he tried to do, but it clipped the other side. McDermott needs to find a treble here. Cannot get the treble 17, and so Walker will return for double 10 to put himself in front for the
Lloyd, you
first time in
require
this
20.
contest. Trailed 1-0, leads
Game's on
2-1.
the third
Gets the
leg.
break
Lloyd
of throw on
Walker.
double 10.
Fourth leg. It's Lloyd to throw first. Game on. 140.
He really does throw at some pace, doesn't he? I know they call him lightning, and it's quite obvious to see why.
36.
I was going to say, there almost felt like an argument to switch after that first start. Left it till the last.
But like we said in the previous game, as happy as he'll be with that, is as annoyed he's going to be that stuff like that didn't come earlier.
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? At the end of the day, everyone goes out there to perform their absolute best, but we mentioned it earlier on. So when that pressure is off, when there is nothing left necessarily to play for, bar in pride and position, then you can just allow yourself to just relax that tiny bit more and get a bit more out of yourself.
95.
Well, Lloyd's still playing with that sheer intensity. I think it's the only way, really, he can play this game. On the front foot.
78.
With his foot to the pedal. And that slip there from McDermott with the previous turn has allowed Lloyd 6, but he would have expected to have left himself on something more handier than 1-2-4.
$84. Lloyd, you require
So Walker
124.
1-2-4. Triple 18. It's the bull. It's wide.
87.
You will need your binoculars
And
out to try and find that, Lloyd.
82.
Yeah, good reaction there. Not as close as obviously he would have liked, and that's not as close as Andy McDermott would have wanted either. But good adjustment. Double 12 now the target.
58. Lloyd, you require 37.
Double 7 leads double 9. Little
Yeah,
bit
John,
flashy
the
from
full flag,
Lloydie.
Lloyd Walker.
Flashy from Lightning. Ka-chow.
Fifth flag, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Well, neither of these two players will progress their way through to Saturday night's final.
70.
But we will be live with you 7:30 p.m. on Pluto TV tomorrow night to see how Week 7 draws to a close.
85.
There are still some tickets available if you're in the local vicinity and you fancy a trip to the Modus Live Lounge, www.dartshop.tv.
96.
Or, alternatively, you can scan that QR code. It takes you over to the ticketing portal.
94.
And you can come and watch a Saturday night at the darts here. And the thing is, you never know who you're going to bump into, because you can bump into legends of the sport, or you never know the
100.
types of stars of the future you might meet before they become big time.
Yeah, absolutely.
96.
Recommend anyone comes down, especially if you haven't been here before, come down to the Super Series. As Henry said, that QR code on the TV, just give that a quick scan, nominal fee, and you can be joining us here live
42.
tomorrow.
Walker's arms in the air, but he isn't going to find a
140.
max. But he's breezed aside Andy McDermott in this final contest of the session.
96. Lloyd, you require 86.
Yeah, just fluffing his lines towards the tail end of the
26.
match, and 97
Andy
is
require 97.
more than attainable here for Andy McDermott. 78 going double, goes the wrong side, a double 19, would have left him tops, but now just needs to tee something up and hope Lloyd Walker misses.
57.
60
Lloyd,
for the match.
require
And
6.
to round off his campaign with a win. This is awkward. Had to aim high,
40.
and his
Andy,
target
you
was
require
obscured as a
40.
consequence.
Big adjustment needed, over adjusted, so double 10.
30.
And just inside,
Lloyd,
so
you
more match
require
chances here
20.
for Walker.
There should be curtains. But Walker has to move and traverse all the way across the oche. But he
No score.
cannot find a way through. And so
Andy
McDermott's going to
require
get
10.
another gilt-edged chance. Can't fluff his lines again, you feel.
No, and he
It's on the
doesn't.
fifth
And does
leg,
bring it
Andy
back to
McDermott.
within one. But Walker now has the opportunity to serve out the match. He has the advantage to throw.
6th flag, it's Lloyd to throw first.
So, Lloyd
Game
Walker,
on.
3-2 to the good, and with the darts in his hand to complete the
58.
job in the final match of the session.
$59. $91.
Yeah, good switch. And Walker just needs to be a bit careful here, because it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen today that he's just let a bit of a lead slide. We saw that against Charlie Mambi, led 3-1, lost 4-3.
45.
That's where the day could have completely changed for Lloyd Walker, because at that point he was well in the
27.
picture to go on and qualify.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would have spurned him on.
125.
For Lloyd, if he wants to be here tomorrow night, he's going to have to pay £5 for the privilege.
23. $80.
Yeah, and that was right on the wire between the ball and the 25. Hasn't proved to be too
98.
costly for Andy McDermott, who's in a good position now to try and level up at 3 apiece. Force that sudden death deciding leg.
It's felt like a game
87.
that's been destined to go to a last leg decider. Walker missing darts to win the match 4-1.
100.
We'll be
And he
hoping to
require
have darts to win it
105.
4-2, but is he going to get a look at winning leg 6? Because McDermott looking at treble 15, he's not going to get. And so Walker will return, 104 to win it.
53. Lloyd, you require
He's hit 104
104
twice already today.
Game shot.
And he
the
hits it
match.
once again.
Lloyd
That's three
Walker.
104 finishes for Lloyd Walker. And he walks away a 4-2 winner in our final match of Group C in Week 7. Disappointment for Andy McDermott. Wasn't able to pick up many points at all in the campaign, but 77 average for Andy McDermott. And then Lloyd Walker with a 70, but it's a win at the end for the local lad from Portsmouth. Well, you can join us in the studio after a very quick break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the action on this Friday afternoon has come to a close. Before the break, Lloyd Walker got the better of Andy McDermott by 4 legs to 2. Neither of them are going to make it through. Charlie Mambi is going to be there. He's picked up 9 wins from 10, and it's Aaron Turner that is going to join him in the Saturday night showpiece. We can confirm that now by having a look at the table, and that was a dominant display from Charlie Mambi. 18 points plus 25 legs difference. Aaron Turner in second position on 40 points. Actually, that win for Lloyd Walker meant that he finishes in third position in the group. Anthony Allen down in fourth. Now, Aaron's with me in the studio. Laura's with me in the studio as well. First things first, I'll say congratulations to you, but goodness me, Laura went through the mill of emotions sat next to me this afternoon. But we'll talk about your experience of today in a second. But from your perspective, how thrilled are you to make it through to tomorrow night?
Over the moon. You know, I come in with no expectations. Well, I say that. However, I did want to get through to Saturday. That was the plan, and yeah, I'm over the moon. Over the moon. That was the plan, the idea, So yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
8 points overnight, 3 players on 8 points overnight. What did you feel the task was today to get yourself in?
Well, the good thing was last night I took them all out to the Toby Carvery. I filled them up, and I think a few of them were a bit lethargic today. So I'll take that down. But it cost me, I pay for their carvery, so lucky boys.
So you had to get through today just to make the money back from the carvery, because it's not cheap at Toby, is it?
No, it's not. It's not cheap here, is it? Oh, Jesus! But no, I'm over the moon. Yeah. No, they're a great set of lads. Rick from Holland that's come over, absolutely fantastic. Andrew from Weymouth, a bit of a knob, but no, he's all right. They're all good. They're lovely people.
Apologies about that for a bit of the industrial language there.
Sorry.
Shall we quickly move on? I suppose when Aaron Turner's involved, you just don't quite know what to expect.
They say never work with children and animals. You can add my husband to the list, I swear to God. But I'm delighted for him, as you say. I was so nervous because it's horrible watching. You know what they can do, and I'm delighted Aaron made it through. I know we spoke off camera beforehand, and you're a bit disappointed about the levels that you played, but the goal is to get through. So as long as you're happy with that, you're back tomorrow, and that is the main thing.
100%, yeah. No, it's so good, It's such a privilege to play here. It's so good, and it's such just to be invited here is fantastic.
In terms of the throw, in terms of the stage, I know you played on a lot of big stages in your career, but how does that compare to some of the other things that you played in?
It's very hard because when you play here, well, I've only played like Thursday, Friday, but there's no crowd. There's nothing. You're up there and you're playing in dead silence. It's probably like like going and watching an Arsenal football match. The Highbury Library. That's what they call it. But it's hard. It's not like a county game where you've got people cheering you on and doing anything. This is a little bit harder. So it's just you. And whether you win, lose, it's all down to you.
Interesting that's mentioned, because everything about that stage and the setup, it's pretty much as good as any TV stage and environment you have. You've got the caller, you've got the TV lights and the cameras. And I suppose it is a bit weird when you're used to, and obviously you played the Lakeside a few times, when you're used to actually having that environment with the crowd, actually the dead silence probably can throw you off a little bit if you're not used to it.
Yeah, it's definitely an adjustment. I think if you've played kind of recently on, like we've had players come from the Pro Tour, the Challenge Tour, obviously we get to do the Women's Series, it's quite similar. You have like a slight rumble in the background, but you are playing pretty much just you in silence, especially if you're on like the streaming boards and things. It's really, really quiet. But it's just very different.
I think it's fantastic. I mean, you can't get a better thing than this. I mean, it's absolutely what Christ. If I was 20 years younger, this is what everyone, like Charlie Mambi and all that, should be aiming for. It is absolutely fantastic. The one thing that lets it down, is the interviewer. other than that, it's absolutely fantastic.
Well, I'll tell you what, do you want Chris Murphy next time?
Yeah.
We'll get it arranged.
No, I'm joking. It's all great.
Right. You're into tomorrow night's final. I'm going to try and segue out of this by having a look at the tournament bracket for tomorrow. So Aaron Turner will join Charlie Mambi to the finals. Neil Duff won through on Wednesday afternoon, and he did so quite comfortably as well. Let's talk about Charlie then, because he was the winner of the group, the dominant force in the group. He was the best player, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he really stepped up his game from yesterday to today. Didn't drop anything. Obviously, his best game was, came against Aaron, that 170 finish. Yeah, it was just outstanding, solid. And he's backed up all that kind of hype, because obviously we spoke about the 130 average that he had recently on development tour, and he's just backed it up and with consistency as well. So yeah, I'm really pleased for him. It's great to see just another young player coming through that can really deliver. And don't forget, he's on debut. It's a really good mix.
But he was absolutely fantastic, and out the back, all the guys, he was again fantastic. Such a lovely guy to be around. Absolutely brilliant. I know he destroyed me today. Fantastic. But who beat him yesterday?
I had to get that in there. And it looked like there's a really good dynamic in the practice. We're going to have a look at some VTs now where the players really enjoying themselves. And in particular, the 180 celebrations. We were having great fun with this in the culture box, weren't we, Laura?
Fantastic.
Yeah, because this is the part, obviously, Lloyd Walker attempted it, missed the last one.
And when Charlie hit, he follows it. Go on.
No, it was brilliant.
It's fantastic. It's so good. We were out in the back room, and that is,
It's just having that confidence
Fantastic.
at such a young age to actually kind of see someone do it in front of you and then come back and do it yourself. But he did manage to do it on a few occasions. In fact, in this match, Lloyd Walker had 5 maximums throughout the match, and I think he pretty much did it each time, as did Rick Hessing. It just started to become this contagious thing that everyone was doing. But it goes to what Aaron was just saying, that the atmosphere in the back room, you could see it on the stage. Everyone seemed to get on and just trying to...
I think it's fantastic. I normally put my arm up when I hit a 45 or something. they don't enjoy following that, and they hit a 60 or something.
So let's have a look at tonight then and see how Group B's going to work, because Derek Coulson leads the way going into this, and there's another Turner Martin that's doing fairly well too. Derek's pretty much all but there, would you say?
Yeah, I just think obviously he picks up that one win, and I think he's opening up proceedings tonight as well. He's pretty much there or thereabouts. It's down to the rest of them. There's not much between them to battle it all out. I think Martin and Conan have got that slight advantage with the extra win, but anything could happen. That's a really tough one to call. I think the only thing that I'd be slightly more confident about saying is I think Derek's through.
10 o'clock, that's going to get underway on Pluto TV. And it means, because you're commentating tomorrow night, that you've got to go through it all again.
Yeah, I might need a lie down in between, but no, can't wait, obviously. Yeah, and it could be a bit of a family outing for us tomorrow evening.
No, I get to go home tonight, and fantastic.
I get to drive him back tomorrow, so no, it's all good.
And you get a night in, don't you, on your own as well, which is even better.
Brilliant. I haven't got to listen to someone snore.
Really?
Very quickly, what would winning tomorrow night mean for you? Winning tomorrow night.
I never think that far ahead. I didn't even think about getting through here. I just love playing darts, and I love being invited. It's taken a while to get an invite, but I'm not going to bring that up. But no, I love just playing darts and winning, losing, just being there. For me, is that starts for me. That starts for me. There's people that's gonna, Mr. Duff. He's the most confident man in the world. I can't wait. Bring him on.
I've enjoyed being the third wheel in this particular interview. Aaron, many congratulations. Laura, thank you very much. You can be more calm and relaxed later on tonight. Right, this is what's coming up on Pluto TV. Scott Mitchell's going to be on the Oki next. Then Matthew Edgar's going to be with us with the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk from 9:25. We'll be back with the live darts on 10 o'clock, and then finals night is tomorrow from 7:30 here on Pluto TV. It's got a bit silly in here. It's certainly a family affair at the Live Lounge. Aaron Turner's through. Laura can't look. We shall see you later on tonight. Bye for now.
What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.